Volume 1. In the history section of the city library, which had not been visited by anyone for a long time and was covered in a thick layer of dust, a youngster was looking for something. No. Still no. The youngster muttered to himself, somewhat disappointed. Shaking his head, he shut the book. Rustle. A burst of stabbing pain. A long bloody cut appeared on his hand. This again. The youngster smiled bitterly. He was already being very prudent. However, he had not expected that he would actually be wounded by the page of a book. He was not surprised. To be exact, he was actually used to it. His name was Chen Feng, 22 years old this year, and since the day he was born, bad luck had accompanied him. When he had just passed his first birthday, he almost choked to death while drinking milk. At 3 years old, his mother passed away. At 5 years old, his father passed away. At 10 years old, the welfare home he was in went bankrupt. Subsequently, he was sent to other welfare homes. All in all, until he reached adulthood, a total of 13 welfare homes had gone bankrupt for various reasons after he joined. Apart from this, accidents would happen every time he left his house. Based on his incomplete statistics, he had been extorted under false pretenses by old ladies 85 times, involved in car accidents 36 times, patronized by thieves 76 times, fallen into the sewers 10 times, and been chased and bitten by dogs 15 times. To have struggled and stayed alive until now was a miracle in itself. Comparatively, the events of today were nothing at all. His goal in coming here today was to look for the legendary fortune artifact. He did not believe in something like luck. However, his experiences since childhood had left him with no choice except to believe that, in this world, luck existed, while what had been accompanying him all his life was bad luck. Hence, ever since he was capable of thought, he had gone through records of all mythologies, looking for things capable of changing luck. Luck-changing bead, jade carp, four-leaf clover. He tried everything representing luck, but none of them worked. His bad luck never changed. Up until a certain day, when he saw some records from the materials his deceased father had left behind. Fate stone. In the legends, those possessing it would have their fate changed. His father had been an archaeologist. Having been an archaeologist his whole life, he had not unearthed any valuable remains and had instead turned into remains due to archaeology. He had not left behind much information about the Fate Stone. All these years, Chen Feng had been to all sorts of strange places. However, the so-called Fate Stone was never found. That thing really exists. He was very doubtful. His request really wasn't too big. He only wanted to live a normal life like an ordinary person, that was all. However, life, no. Merely being alive was difficult enough. He had to be totally alert every time he left his house. Even the tiniest bit of slack could cost him his life while he was on his way. As far as he was concerned, everywhere in the world was a battlefield. Where are you, exactly? He sighed, calmly took out some alcohol from his school bag to disinfect his wound, and wrapped his hand in gauze. As someone who was injured on a daily basis, his school bag itself was a first aid kit. The sky had turned dark. The library would be closing soon. As Chen Feng prepared to leave, his foot slipped. He staggered and knocked against the bookshelf beside him, causing a pile of books to crash down on him. Damn! Chen Feng cursed silently. He knew things could not proceed so smoothly. He looked at the place where he had slipped. There were some water stains on the floor. He lifted his head. The roof was leaking water due to the years of disrepair at this place. Seriously. Chen Feng smiled helplessly. Bad luck once again demonstrated its use. Aching all over, he got up and prepared to leave when he was suddenly stunned. Within the pile of ancient books that had crashed into him, one of the books attracted his sight. Book name, Fortune. This thing. Chen Feng was somewhat curious. There was actually a book about luck. He carefully opened the book. There was a lengthy introduction on all sorts of strange fortunes. From cosmos and astrology to horoscopes, they were topics Chen Feng had seen before in other books. The majority of the contents were nonsense. This book was more like one of those pirated 20-yuan mixed content books. I really did think too much. Chen Feng gave a self-mocking smile, but then his expression suddenly froze. This was due to him flipping to a new page where a particular name appeared on it, Fate Stone. Regardless of which ancient book the contents were pirated from, it was no longer important, since the introductions on the Fate Stone were actually extremely detailed. Fate Stone. rumored to be a luck-changing artifact. It was rumored that there was a type of force that reigned above other ordinary forces. It could not be seen or understood yet influenced everything. Until now, nobody knew what kind of force it was. It was only known that it might be related to luck, while the Fate Stone had the power to control it. It really exists. Chen Feng's mouth became dry with excitement. Reading along the introductions, he flipped to the next page and his eyes abruptly became wide open. What appeared on this page was a picture of the Fate Stone. This was also Chen Feng's first time looking at the true appearance of the Fate Stone, and he was totally dumbfounded. It was a coin-sized object with strange engravings on it. "This is the Fate Stone?" Chen Feng's voice shuddered, not due to how this object looked, but due to this object. Chen Feng's somewhat trembling hand pulled on his collar, exposing the object he was wearing on his neck. This was actually the Fate Stone described in the book. How is this possible? Chen Feng was shocked. He had actually been wearing the Fate Stone all along. This was what his father had unearthed back when he was an archaeologist. When he was born, his father gifted it to him. This was also the only relic his father had left behind. It was actually the Fate Stone. However, if it was the Fate Stone, why did he have such bad luck? Fake? Or maybe this was a counterfeit object his father had made? Chen Feng held his sudden shock and continued reading. It was rumored that the Fate Stone possessed extraordinary power. However, it was not easy to use. Before the Fate Stone was activated, it would continuously absorb luck from its surroundings and could only be activated after it had absorbed enough luck. Therefore, without sufficient capability to activate it, possessing the Fate Stone would be a nightmare for you. FCK. Chen Feng couldn't stop bursting out swearing. To absorb the surroundings' luck, he was ice cold all over as he finally understood where his bad luck came from. This Fate Stone, unearthed by his father in an old tomb, had snatched everything he had. This thing, Chen Feng subconsciously wanted to pull it off. However, he couldn't move it. This was the only relic his father had left behind, and also his only spiritual support. Something he never took off. He did not expect that at this moment, when he wanted to take it off, he totally couldn't. Conventional methods can't be used to take it off. Chen Feng calmed down and continued reading once again. Once the Fate Stone had been put on, it couldn't be removed. Only when it was activated could one control its power. If you accidentally obtained it, well, just activate it. Following which, the activation method was provided behind the page. Chen Feng looked at it. It was not too difficult. He only needed to arrange a formation with his own blood and place the Fate Stone in the middle of the formation. So simple. Chen Feng frowned. He felt that something was wrong. However, getting rid of this damned bad luck was too enticing. Even in his dreams, he dreamed of discarding his bad luck and having his own life. Let's just try. Chen Feng took off his gauze. Blood flowing along his finger, he drew a bizarre formation on the wooden floor. Chen Feng's face was extremely solemn as he lay on the floor, facing downward, and placed the Fate Stone in the formation. A bizarre radiance flashed. Chen Feng's mind jolted violently. Success. The blood-formed formation changed into a flickering red light while breathtaking lights blossomed out of the Fate Stone. In the midst of his excitement, Chen Feng saw a row of small letters appearing from the red lights. At the moment of activation, the Fate Stone will absorb all luck in the surroundings to fill up the energy requirements of the Fate Stone's operation. Not good. Chen Feng's complexion changed greatly. Absorbing all luck? It was not written in this damnable pirated book. The Fate Stone was not activated even after absorbing luck for 20 years. What would happen if it were to finish absorbing all the required luck in a single moment? He had no idea. Escape. Chen Feng did not hesitate as he turned around and started running outside. However, at this very moment in the library, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Bang, bang. It was an earthquake. Before Chen Feng could escape, he had already been submerged by boulders as darkness fell upon his eyes and he lost his consciousness. He could vaguely remember a bright golden light flashing out of the Fate Stone hanging on his neck. Nighttime. A certain news channel. This evening at 6 p.m., a slight earthquake happened in the city. The library collapsed, causing one casualty. Based on the related department's investigation, this might be related to a jerry-built building project. A patch of darkness before his eyes. A burst of primordial chaos in his consciousness. After a long time, Chen Feng regained his consciousness and slowly opened his eyes. The vague world became clear, yet it was still pitch black. There was a strange, fishy smell in his surroundings. Where is this? Chen Feng looked around doubtfully. Darkness enveloped his surroundings while the faint flickering light on his wrist was only enough to let him see that this was a cave. Regardless of distance, there was only darkness around him. Weird, I thought I died? Chen Feng was shocked. Looking at the flickering glimmer on his wristband and sensing the memory that did not belong to him, he suddenly understood. He had transmigrated. Back then, he had investigated all sorts of mythology records. Naturally, he had also read a lot of novels. He somewhat understood as he recalled the golden light before his death. The Fate Stone absorbed all the luck, causing an earthquake. However, the successful activation of the Fate Stone had led to him barely escaping death and transmigrating here. I survived. Chen Feng was excited. It was natural for him to be excited, because that damned bad luck had finally disappeared. However, what world was this, exactly? Right at this moment, the memories of the body's original owner completely emerged. Chen Feng went through the memories and immediately gasped in amazement. This world was somewhat similar to Earth, yet still not the same. After a big breakthrough in gene research, the whole world entered the era of genes. Mankind could not only unlock their own potential, they could even fuse their genes with genetically mutated life forms. Almost everyone could possess genetic abilities. Some people relied on these abilities for labor and became the industry elite. Some people obtained exceedingly powerful combat abilities after gene fusion and were known as genetic warriors. The world thus changed. The emergence of genetic abilities allowed the whole world to enter a high-speed growth stage. Furthermore, this world's situation was different than Earth's, where humans had no option but to seek resources on other planets due to resource exhaustion. This continent, this planet, was mankind's biggest wealth. This world possessed its own moon and sun. This was a place that closely resembled Earth. Apart from its size, this planet's size was a countless number of times larger than Earth. The continent was wide and vast, more than 10,000 times larger than Earth. There was no shortage of resources in this world. That was because, up until now, the continent was only 18% developed. Even though mankind's technology level was sufficient to easily perform space travel, there were still a lot of places on this planet that humans did not dare to set foot in. For example, the primordial ice field of extreme north. It was rumored that the place was influenced by some sort of special ability that caused time to almost stop. Those who stepped in there would be forever unable to leave. The Genetic Union once dispatched a small squad of genetic warriors there, and their whereabouts were lost forever. For example, the volcano of Skyburn Summit. It was rumored that an ancient mutated beast was asleep there. It once drank a river dry with a single gulp. From then onward, that place became mankind's forbidden area. Similar places could be found everywhere. This was a dangerous world. Yet it was also a magical world. Overflowing lights flashed through Chen Feng's eyes. This world was even more exciting than his imagination. Furthermore, this was only part of it. According to the original owner's memory, the magical era of genes also birthed a myriad of amazing technological equipment. Some people fused genes without end and ended up possessing exceedingly high combat ability. There were also some who, by fusing genes without end, obtained mystical genetic abilities. For example, the planet's largest technology company Storm Tech's founder, Liu Yuan. His ability was digitization. The holder could release a mysterious ability to monitor the condition of their genes and spiritual condition. It could even predict the techniques you possessed according to your muscle memory. Due to this being a non-combat gene, he was once looked down on by countless people. However, Liu Yuan went through years of experiments and extracted that abstruse and mysterious energy to be produced into a wristband that everyone could wear, becoming a legend of the generation. Just by activating the wristband, you could monitor your own condition. Hence, up to the present day, this world was not only in the era of genes, it was also in the era of data. Is it really so magical? Chen Feng curiously reached toward his left wrist, and a screen suddenly appeared. Buzz. The black wristband trembled lightly and a force circulated within his body before quickly returning to the wristband. On the screen, new data appeared. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Physique, 10. Spirit, 30. Endurance, 10/10. Every 1 point of physique increases the maximum endurance by 1 point. Spiritual energy, 30/30. Every 1 point of spirit increases the maximum spiritual energy by 1 point. Genetic abilities, Wind Blade, creating a dance out of violent wind. Form a formation using spiritual energy and release a wind-formed blade, dealing a certain amount of damage. Small probability, initial estimate 5%, to continuously release wind blades. General function, a low-level combat technique possessing a certain degree of lethality. Judged in accordance with your muscle memory and spiritual memory assessment, coupled with the memory database. It should be stored within the wristband chip. To guarantee your safety, it should not be connected to the network. Please update the data consistently to guarantee data accuracy. Special ability, Luck Aura. Exhausting the luck value within the Fate Stone, able to greatly increase luck within a short period of time. Balance of luck value, 10 points. The Fate Stone formed its energy by absorbing the world's energy. Based on evaluation of the current world, 1 point of luck value can be obtained per hour. This was the digitized version of himself. The basic attributes were units of measurement based on the most primitive of human strength. The ability to clearly show everyone's condition was magical, but what Chen Feng cared about the most was nevertheless the final special ability, Luck Aura. Chen Feng was astonished. He had thought that the Fate Stone had disappeared. Never had he expected that the Fate Stone had actually merged with him. The moment he saw the remaining luck value of 10 points, Chen Feng managed to vaguely guess that at his moment of death, when the library collapsed, the Fate Stone had unleashed all of its stored luck value and brought him to this world. So this is your power? Chen Feng muttered to himself. Fate Stone, fortune and misfortune interwoven together. He went through a whole life having the worst luck. In his current life, he might be able to create a whole new world for himself. But then, why was he here? Let's see. Chen Feng skipped through all the miscellaneous information in the original owner's memory and directly looked at memories about himself. Immediately, he saw a very encouraging story. His name was Chen Feng, citizen of Gold City, and often he had lost his parents at a young age. However, relying on his outstanding grades and a scholarship, he had managed to forge a path into an elite high school and enrolled in gene study courses there. After his training at the school, he had grasped a genetic ability and some other techniques. This enabled him to join the elite class and become the other family's child, one, always mentioned by parents of his fellow schoolmates. If nothing unexpected had happened, he would have been able to have a smooth journey as he progressed, becoming the rare case of a commoner who soared despite bad circumstances. However, more often than not, reality was cruel. On the last day of the university entrance examination, Chen Feng, who should have been at the examination, was instead thrown into the sea by others to feed the shark. The reason? The original owner of the body probably couldn't understand what happened even at the moment of death. However, as Chen Feng went through his memories, he guessed the reason. The world's top university, North King University's gene production major facility, was recruiting one head count from their Gold City. Yet the original body's owner just had to be the top student who was aiming to major in this all along. Did one still need to guess what would happen as a result of this? He had become an obstruction in someone else's path. What a pitiful child. Chen Feng mourned him in silence. It was quite apparent that this body's original owner, who had spent the majority of his time laboring and studying, must have had a neck in the negatives to have gotten himself set up by others unknowingly. If I was here earlier, things wouldn't be so miserable, Chen Feng said confidently. But, he kept feeling that something wasn't right. Top student? No. Wait. Chen Feng suddenly remembered something and had a bad feeling. Shark? Thrown into the sea to feed the shark? FCK. Chen Feng finally realized what the problem was. Bang. The entire cave suddenly shook. The thick ground started trembling while the walls around him started wiggling slowly. Some weird mucus started to secrete from his surroundings as Chen Feng's expression abruptly changed. Curse it. Chen Feng suddenly remembered something. Based on the scene seen by the original owner before death and the data provided by his wristband, this was a mutated black sea shark, a spirit-type mutated beast. The moment it swallowed the original owner, his consciousness and soul were immediately destroyed. This left behind an empty shell, enabling Chen Feng to luckily transmigrate here. And this place was totally not some cave, but was instead the inside of the shark's body. Bang, bang. The entire wall was shaking. Chen Feng stubbornly leaned on one of the walls. Bang. Unending sounds of explosions. This mutated shark seemed to have awoken. Within the shark's body, Chen Feng felt like the whole world turned upside down, and the strange liquid was secreting non-stop. Earlier, Chen Feng had thrown a cloth to test it out, and the cloth had been corroded immediately. And now, That liquid was constantly flowing through the cracks, heading toward Chen Feng. This won't do. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Although he did not know where he was, based on his guess, it was very probable for him to be in the mutated black sea shark's stomach. There were no exits around him, while the only entrance should be the esophagus. However, it was obstructed by even more mucus. Trying to pass through there was simply courting death. What to do? Chen Feng calmed himself down. No exit while the entrance was blocked. He could only break out by force. Genetic warriors of the current era were very strong. 1 point of strength was equivalent to the strength of a non-genetically strengthened human. Chen Feng's strength and agility were both at 10 points. Tenfold of strength and agility, perhaps. Bang! Chen Feng resolutely punched. Hiss! Chen Feng inhaled a mouthful of cold breath. There was an acute pain in his hand, while there was no reaction at all from the wall he had punched. Chen Feng's strength was indeed strong. However, in this era of genes, the body quality of these large mutated beasts such as sharks was even crazier. This won't do. Chen Feng looked at the other ability on his digital screen, Wind Blade. Genetic ability was the symbol of this era's genetic warriors. Only after obtaining control of a genetic ability could one be considered a real genetic warrior, while the spirit-type genetic warriors were the most mysterious and formidable. Hence, spirit-type genes were extremely expensive. Even after exhausting his whole scholarship, the body's original owner could only afford the gene reagent of this bottom-tier spirit-type ability. Wind Blade. Compared to other spirit-type genes, this genetic ability was too weak. However, presently, he could only try it out. At least I have 30 points of spirit. Hopefully it won't disappoint me. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Wind Blade. Buzz. A mysterious power emerged from Chen Feng's body and condensed in empty air. A curved azure-colored blade blossomed and relentlessly cut forward. Pooh! With a light sound, the blade disappeared while a bloody gash appeared on the wall. Howl! A loud bellow could be heard as the shark's belly started shaking violently, as if the sky and earth were turning upside down. Chen Feng was almost penetrated by the weird liquid sputtering around him. Not good. Chen Feng looked at the bloody gash. His strongest ability could only cause a light wound. He lacked the ability to even shake this huge mutated black sea shark. They were totally not in the same league. Even if he was currently within the mutated black sea shark, at the most vulnerable part of it. Damn it. Would he die here so shortly after he got transmigrated? Chen Feng looked at the data displayed on his wristband. He still had 10 points of luck value. However, he did not feel that this ability could let him survive. In front of absolute strength, luck sometimes. Wait. Chen Feng was suddenly in a daze. He carefully looked at luck aura, and then at Wind Blade, before he finally stopped at the Wind Blade ability's description. Small probability, initial estimate 5%, to continuously release wind blades. Continuous release 5%. Due to the probability being too small, Chen Feng had subconsciously ignored it. The reason was simple. A probability of 5% just to activate a 2-hit combo. How about 3-hit combo? 0.25%. As for 4-hit combo and 5-hit combo, even lower. Plus the strength of the wind blade itself was too ordinary, hence, this gene, fused by the body's original owner, received a very low evaluation. However, what if it was matched with the luck aura? Chen Feng was enticed. He still had 10 points of luck value. It should be enough to support luck aura's operation for a period of time. Within that period, what kind of power could the wind blade unleash? He was looking forward to it. Footnotes 1. Other parent's child. Parents will often compare their child with other child who presumably have better achievements. Shark Gulf. Gold City. The gentle sea breeze blew past, intoxicating people with its fresh air. 5 burly men were rubbing their fists and wiping their palms, preparing for something. In their hands were well-polished, sharp weapons, which, under the sunshine, were reflecting dazzling rays of light. Already, a middle-aged man with a solemn expression walked toward them. "Don't worry, Boss Mo," the few burly men said while smiling playfully. "Be serious." Mole stared at them ferociously. "Our current prey, the mutated black sea shark, is the king of this sea region. Its strength is extremely scary. Those things in your hands can't even pierce its outer skin. You need to rely on your genetic abilities to really kill it. That thing is so strong." The few burly men's expressions started to get serious. "Otherwise, why would I ask you all to come?" Mole smiled bitterly. "To be honest, previously, a gene squad came to hunt it. However, The result was that all of them died here without a single survivor. If not due to the old man's injury being too serious and him needing the mutated black sea shark's liver as a treatment material, I would not have come here at all. Understood. The few burly men looked at each other with unprecedentedly serious expressions. Good. Mole relaxed. Remember to be cautious. If we really can't do it, leave immediately. Hopefully, everything will go smoothly this time. Mole lightly spread a few drops of shark soul aroma. This thing is irresistible to mutated black sea sharks. It should be here shortly. Prepare for the hunt. Understood. The mood became solemn. Everyone stared at the tranquil sea with burning eyes. The sea surface shook. A dark blue brilliance flashed through from the sea surface. Here it comes. Mole was stirred. Go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One sharp weapon after another was stabbed into the mutated beast's body. However, all of them bounced off the thick skin, unable to leave any injuries on it. Not a single scratch was left on it. Let me do it. A burly man clenched his right fist. A layer of bizarre purple-black patterns spread along his right arm. On his right fist, a power that left one's heart palpitating condensed. Under the boost of genetic ability, the 60 points of strength were exerted to their limit. Kylin fist. The burly man soared into the air and ferociously unleashed his fist on the mutated black sea shark on the sea's surface. Bang! A frightening power exploded and engulfed the surroundings, causing sea waves with heights of at least 5 meters to rise. Howl. The mutated black sea shark howled. Hum. A bizarre vibrating wave spread over. Blood spurted out of the burly man that was still in midair. Not good. Spirit attack. This mutated black sea shark has actually reached this level. Mole's expression changed greatly, and he decisively ordered, fast, bring number 3 back. Give up the hunt. Understood. A layer of light wings spread out from the back of a burly man and left behind an afterimage as he flickered and brought back number 3, who was losing consciousness after the mutated black sea shark's attack. Damn it. Mole grasped both his fists tightly as he unwillingly looked at the mutated black sea shark. The hunting operation had failed before it even began. The moment the spirit attack appeared, he knew that the level of this mutated black sea shark was not something they could handle. Boss Mo. The few burly men were ashamed. Not your fault. Mole's expression was somewhat sad. This mutated black sea shark had evolved to such a level. It is no longer something normal people can hunt, unless they are real experts. Right at this moment, a sudden, miserable scream reverberated through the air. Howl. What is that? Mole and the others quickly looked at the sea surface and saw an astonishing scene. The mutated black sea shark that was still immensely proud a moment ago suddenly rolled in pain on the sea's surface. Its large body lashed around constantly, splashing off layers of sea waves. What happened? Mole and the others were shocked. Right at this moment, an even more astonishing thing happened. Multiple bloody lines suddenly appeared on the mutated black sea shark's body. The skin that they couldn't penetrate after exhausting all their methods was destroyed in front of their eyes just like that. Bang, bang. Blood dyed the seawater red while the scary sea waves got taller in height. Suddenly, a bright azure-colored light blade shot out of the mutated black sea shark's body. This gave them a scare. However, before they managed to react, more and more azure-colored light blades shot out of the mutated black sea shark. Under the sunshine, every single light blade appeared dazzling. What was this? Everyone looked at this shocking scene in a daze. Suddenly, bang! Once again, thunderous sound arose from the sea's surface. After a burst of a violent, explosive sound, a strong and healthy-looking silhouette rushed out from within the mutated black sea shark's body and steadily landed on the shore of Shark Gulf. Behind him, blood splattered in every direction. The roaring mutated black sea shark rolled over and stopped making any sounds. Mole and the others felt their mouths go dry as they unbelievingly looked at the silhouette that had appeared in front of them. The strong genetic warrior that had killed the mutated black sea shark in a flash was actually a somewhat young and tender-looking youth. Finally out. Chen Feng was happy. The bright and beautiful sunshine, the fresh air, ha ha ha. He came out alive. He looked at himself. The 10 points of luck value were completely exhausted. The genetic ability that was regarded as trash by everyone unleashed stunning attacks the moment he used Luck Aura and Wind Blade together. An unlimited amount of Wind Blades were unleashed, destroying everything in his path. Under the effect of Luck Aura, 10 Wind Blades were unleashed and 1 point of luck value was used every second. Theoretically, with a sufficient luck value, he could release unlimited wind blades until the end of time. The attack power was really weak, though. So, time to return. Chen Feng flexed his muscles and bones before looked at the several people that were staring at him non-stop. Anything? No. Nothing. Mole spoke incoherently. Expert. An absolute expert. To possess such a scary power at an age so young, it most probably was not simply due to talent alone. There had to be a terrifying power backing this expert as well. No, there is something. Mole stuttered. This senior, can I buy the liver of this mutated black sea shark? Mutated black sea shark? Chen Feng glanced through the sea's surface and was somewhat dumbfounded. You can buy the whole shark? Thank you. Mole spoke emotionally. This is great. Father can finally be saved. Mole pointed at the screen on his wristband and transferred 50,000 yuan to Chen Feng in a flash. According to Chen Feng's understanding of this world's currency, this price was definitely not low. To have such earnings shortly after transmigrating was definitely a windfall for Chen Feng. Naturally, Chen Feng would not want to be swallowed by the mutated black sea shark again if he was given the choice. It was too dangerous. Many thanks, Senior. Mole expressed his gratitude constantly. Chen Feng smiled lightly before leaving. Too lucky. Mole was excited to coincidentally come across an expert capable of killing the mutated black sea shark who also did not care about such a small amount of money. Otherwise, are all the students nowadays so strong? The burly guy that had fainted earlier woke up and said bitterly, this is the benefit of going to school. Mole sighed. Starting from high school, they can start studying the genetic course, with the school providing all sorts of resources and help. Even a new student's cultivation speed would be multiple times our speed. They are already at this speed during high school where only foundations are focused on. This is also the reason the university entrance examinations only test the foundations. Once they passed their examinations and enter university, their cultivation speed would be so much higher than ours. In the future, my son must go to school. The burly guy said resolutely. That is only natural. Mole nodded. However, a normal student wouldn't be so strong regardless of how good his foundation is. This youngster must be an elite top student. The group lamented. However, they did not know that this top student they were talking about had just failed his university entrance examinations. Gold City. Within an ordinary rented house in the urban district. Just as Chen Feng reached home, the communication tool on his wristband received all sorts of information. Due to not attending the final day's examinations, student Chen Feng's originally top grades dropped gorgeously to the bottom. He immediately failed the university entrance examinations, losing any opportunity to enter university from now on. The speed they release the report card here is quite fast. Chen Feng shook his head. University. Would the impact of not entering a university be big? As Chen Feng went through the original owner's memories to understand the situation, he frowned. In this world, there was a big difference between those who attended high school and university and those who did not. The high school forged one's foundations, while the university spurted their high-speed growth based on the accumulated foundations. This was the most common cultivation trend in this world. Unable to enter high school, can't pass the university entrance examinations? Then one should just fuse a gene suitable for labor and obediently started laboring. This was a world where everyone could fuse with mutated genes. However, genetic abilities could be divided into two main types. Genetic abilities suitable for labor and genetic abilities purely for combat. Without a doubt, the latter's status was much higher than the former's. This was also what the body's original owner was pursuing. Combat genes, eh? Chen Feng fell into contemplation. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Him getting quietly dumped into the sea without anyone realizing was exact proof of this world's dangers. Those without strength would only be slaughtered at will by others. As such, Chen Feng had to become a real expert if he wanted to live a wonderful life. However, it seemed like things were going to get inconvenient, since he had failed the university entrance examinations. Are there any other ways? Chen Feng suddenly remembered the goal of the body's original owner, gene producer. Genetic warriors could fuse a new gene at every stage. For example, when one met the F-class gene fusion requirements, one could fuse an F-class mutated gene to become an F-class genetic warrior. When he reached the E-class gene fusion requirements, he could once again fuse a mutated gene to become an E-class genetic warrior. Subsequent fusions followed a similar trend. At every stage, one could fuse a brand new gene. The so-called genes that one fused here were formed by mixing the blood essence extracted from mutated beasts with all kinds of gene reagents, producing something called a gene fusion reagent. Those who produced these things were called gene producers. The original owner had always been aiming to be a gene producer. The reason for that was simple. He was clear that his weakness was being someone poor and without background. Hence, a suitable concurrent occupation apart from his identity as a student was necessary. If he could luckily become a gene producer, he might be able to solve this issue of his. Sadly, he failed. It was very hard to become a gene producer. Based on Chen Feng's understandings, the first step for one to become a gene producer was to successfully produce his first gene reagent. Only those who succeed at least once would be recognized as a gene producer. The success rate for a newbie was 0.1%. What did this mean? It meant that one required at least 1,000 sets of materials. Even the worst of materials would require a total investment of 1 million yuan to get 1,000 sets of materials. Furthermore, it was very important for one to maintain complete attention during the production of these 1,000 sets of reagents without the slightest bit of slack. Naturally, some people were talented and might be able to succeed after a few tries. As for those with a black face, one might fail even after trying their entire life. He used to play a card game on Earth. In half a year, he did not draw a single special rare card, directly earning the Black Month title too. From this, one could see the degree of his black face at the time. Furthermore, even if one was successful via fluke, it was merely the beginning. The success rate was very low for the initial stage of gene production. Breaking through required constant production and study. A scary amount of wealth was required to support all this. Naturally, once a person passed through this difficult stage and perfectly grasped a gene reagent formula, one would be able to taste the sweetness after the bitter 3, and start threading the broad and open road 4. And this was what the body's original owner looked forward to. In other words, if I become a gene producer, it might fix my current problem. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. Not qualifying to enter a university, Chen Feng's starting line was much lower than others. However, if being a gene producer could make up for all of that, there was no need to enter a university at all. Lacking in resources, just purchase them all. Chen Feng was enticed. Why had the body's original owner been stuck at the starting line all the while? Apart from spending a vast majority of his time on studying and practicing, the biggest reason was his black face. As for Chen Feng, this was one thing he was not scared of. 0.1% success rate. Hee. Chen Feng laughed. Let's buy some materials and figure out what this gene production is all about. Chen Feng started tidying up his room. He intended to buy some basic materials from the shop at the entrance. Seeing things through the original owner's memory was not comparable to experiencing it himself. He had to figure out how much of an effect the luck aura had on gene production. One had to act based on one's ability. Arriving in this world, he would die horribly if he did not have a good grasp of his own strength. Let's start with the lumber bear gene, Chen Feng decided. There was really no other reason for his decision. This was the only publicly available gene formula and the only route a normal person could take to start their career as a gene producer. Lumber bear gene. Fusion requirements: strength, 10 points, physique, 5 points, basic attributes, strength, 2 to 3 points, physique, 2 to 3 points. Genetic ability: Lumber Bear's Wrath. Increased strength by 10 points for 10 seconds, 60-second cooldown. Suitable job: small construction work, etc. The fusion requirements were what the Gene Production Association assessed to be the lowest requirement for one to safely fuse it. The bodies of those who did not meet the requirements might not be able to support the fusion, and they might get hurt in the process. Basic attributes referred to the attributes that would be increased immediately upon successful gene fusion. As for the range of the attributes increase of 2 to 3 points, it was based on the gene producer's ability. The more formidable a gene producer was, the more outstanding the produced gene reagent would be. As for the genetic ability, it was the most important part of a gene fusion process, as it allowed one to possess an ability unique to a mutated life form. An example would be this Lumber Bear's Wrath. Only after fusing with a Lumber Bear gene could one activate Lumber Bear's Wrath to hugely increase their strength for a short period of time. A strong boost plus a rapid cooldown period made it one of the most welcome genetic abilities at construction sites. Regardless of this, the starting price of a Lumber Bear gene was 5,000 yuan. The materials alone cost 4,000 yuan. After deducting the miscellaneous expenses, one could not make any profit at all. Hence, the amount of people producing this gene was very low. To meet the public demand for the Lumber Bear gene, The Gene Production Association had to make the gene formula public, making it the practice formula for gene producer aspirants. Leaving the neighborhood, Chen Feng reached the materials store in the vicinity. "Little Feng is here," Uncle Jiang from the materials shop said while smiling. "You've come to buy genetic materials again? Give me 5 sets of materials for the lumberbear gene." Chen Feng nodded his head. "All right." As Uncle Jiang collected the materials and passed them to him, he paused. "Little Feng, do you have any interest to come work at my place here?" Chen Feng was stunned. "Sigh." Uncle Jiang sighed and regretfully said, "I know you failed your entrance examinations. But child, a man needs to move forward. If you don't mind, you can start working at Uncle Jiang's place for now until you found a better job. After that, you can leave any time you want." Chen Feng started sweating profusely. The speed in which the news was spread. Wasn't it too astonishing? How many hours had it been? Evidently, Chen Feng did not realize that the examination results had always been released at 6 p.m. the same day. Everyone could check the results online, so they had already found out the results a few hours ago. They did not expect the normally outstanding Chen Feng to fail his examinations. "Yo, Little Feng is here as well." The nearby elderly lady came over. "Not joining the students' gathering?" "What?" Chen Feng was stunned yet again. "What student gathering?" "The graduation." Elder Lady Liu was halfway through her sentence before she noticed Uncle Jiang glaring at her. She immediately smartened up. "Sigh. This mouth of mine." "The graduation gathering of your class." Uncle Jiang sighed. "Supposedly, the class monitor will invite everyone to join the graduation gathering on the day the results were released. This is to let everyone gather one last time." "But those schoolmates of yours?" Uncle Jiang shook his head, obviously unhappy with the fact that Chen Feng was not invited. So conceited even before entering society. "Those students." HMPH. "Little Feng, don't mix around with those conceited people. In the future, you will definitely have better achievements than them." Elder Lady Liu comforted him. However, they were both clear that without entering a university, Chen Feng's life would no longer intersect with those schoolmates. Better achievements than them. That was something one could only mention in their dreams. It was at this very moment that Chen Feng gained a deeper impression of the universities of this world. The truth was, in everyone's heart, those who failed to enter university lost their qualifications to become a true genetic warrior. The clear line drawn by the university was even scarier than on Earth. However, would Chen Feng care about that? Joining the schoolmates' gathering? To hell with it. Those schoolmates without good relationships with him were unworthy of his time at all. What was most important for him right now was to test the power of Luck Aura. He had already tried the power of the Luck Aura and Wind Blade combination. That astonishing limitless combo left him yearning even till now. Then, what about the combination of Luck Aura and gene production? He looked forward to it. Footnotes: 1. Blackface, a person with bad luck. 2. Black Month, the name of a black frame that will appear on a player's icon when failing to draw SR, special rare, cards after a certain number of attempts. 3. To taste the sweetness after the bitter, a Chinese idiom, meaning to taste success after bitter struggle. 4. Threading the broad and open road, a Chinese idiom, meaning a bright future. Gold City, grand magnificent restaurant. Students of the 3rd year, 2nd class were mutually congratulating their success on entering university. Suddenly, someone thought of something. "Oh yeah, why hasn't Chen Feng come?" Probably too embarrassed to come. Some of them laughed and said, "For the usual top student to actually fail the university entrance examinations. If it was me, I would be too embarrassed to come as well." Haha. So true. You have no idea how badly my mom nagged me every day, telling me to look at Chen Feng, how even with those family conditions he was still able to become the top student. I was almost vexed to death. Guess what happened this time when I went home? She had nothing to say at all. Haha. Another student laughed heartily. Evidently, Chen Feng's long-term monopoly of the top student position had attracted hatred due to jealousy. "How can you all speak like this?" Class monitor Wang snapped at them. "No matter what, he is still our classmate. Can't even speak the truth." Everyone smiled happily. "It's also a good thing that he didn't come," Wang said lightly. "With this kind of result, he would feel bad if he came. We probably won't have any chance to meet in the future anymore. To simply part ways in this manner might be a good thing after all. This is how things should have been." Some people sneered. "If it wasn't for the high school insisting on forging our foundations and forbidding us from advancing our ranks, based on the resources behind us alone, would that poor guy be able to become the top student?" pay. Even if he managed to enter a university, he would be far behind us. And now, he didn't even manage to enter a university. Most of them agreed with what was said. Wang smiled, no longer saying anything. Right at that moment, Wang's wristband vibrated. A piece of information appeared silently. As Wang looked at it, astonishment flashed through his eyes. Chen Feng was still alive. That kid had clearly been. Come, congratulate our class monitor Wang for his entry into the North King University's gene production faculty. The crowd toasted. Haha, many thanks. Wang switched off the screen as he stood up and returned the greetings. It was all cheers and laughter inside the room. At the same time, in a shabby rented room, Chen Feng was finishing his gene production preparations. There were 3 steps in the gene production process. First step, gene search. To enter the digitized mode and search within the blood essence for the required gene materials in accordance with the gene formula. Second step, gene reaction. To let these genes react with each other under the effect of spiritual energy, turning into the final required gene. Third step, gene fusion. To grow and duplicate the lone gene, letting it react with the incubator reagent before ultimately being processed into a gene fusion reagent. Digitized mode? Chen Feng recalled. The so-called digitized mode was a pure world of genes simulated by the spiritual energy. In this world, only genes could be seen. This would serve as a convenience for those performing the gene transformation process. Let's try. Chen Feng looked at the lumber bear blood essence in front of him. Buzz. Carefully, he wrapped his spiritual energy around the lumber bear blood essence. The moment the blood essence was completely wrapped, he unleashed the spiritual energy within his body. Digitized world. Shwa. Before his eyes, bright light streamed about. A semi-illusionary world blossomed in front of his eyes. A countless amount of bizarre lights flickered and swirled around without stopping. This was the gene fragment of the lumber bear blood essence. So this is the digitized mode. To enter a world of genes that can't be seen with naked eyes. Chen Feng gained understanding. The first step of lumber bear gene production was not hard, it was gene search. According to the formula's introduction, lumber bear gene production required 3 strains of OU gene, 6 strains of BX gene, and 4 strains of NW gene. Detailed introduction was available in the formula with pictures included. This was not hard. These few genes were available in large quantities among several tens of thousands of genes. Chen Feng easily found all these genes. First step. Completed. First step of gene production was simple beyond imagination. As for the second step, Chen Feng read the description carefully, it seemed even simpler. Truly, gene reaction process. To let all 13 strains of genes found by Chen Feng react with each other, under catalysis of spiritual energy, one only needed to let the genes react one by one. This seemed hard. However, within the lumber bear gene formula, the sequence of reaction and spiritual energy catalysis usage was introduced in detail. Which genes to react first, which genes to fuse, etc. In a short time, the reaction for all 13 genes was completed, leaving behind only one single strain of reacted gene. And this was the required final lumber bear gene. It was so simple and straightforward. Second step, gene reaction. Completed. First 2 steps were not too hard. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. As long as one had the formula, it was sufficient to simply follow the prescribed order for the first 2 steps. The body's original owner had performed both steps countless times before. Hence, Chen Feng was able to easily complete both steps by looking back at his memory. However, the actual difficulty was the third step. This very step was the barrier the original owner had never passed. Third step. Gene fusion. The required lumber bear gene had been produced during the first 2 steps. However, that was only in digitized mode. A lone lumber bear gene could not be stored and preserved at all. Hence, this crucial third step was the step where the lone gene fragment was truly grown and duplicated, changing it into a gene reagent. This step was very difficult. How do I complete this step? Chen Feng carefully researched. In the gene fusion process, the gene producer had to envelop the gene with their spiritual energy and move it into the gene incubator reagent for it to grow and duplicate. Next, the gene producer had to evenly distribute the duplicated gene through every corner of the liquid, guaranteeing absolute balance, before retrieving the spiritual energy. The real lumber bear gene would thus be completed. Doesn't seem too troublesome. Chen Feng thought for a while and decided to try it out. After all, rise. He carefully extracted the lumber bear gene and moved it into the prepared gene incubator reagent. It was a certain liquid that was completely transparent. With the entry of the lumber bear gene, it rapidly changed into a blue color. Chen Feng watched with his own eyes as the blue color spread continuously and fused with the reagent. Shortly after, all the liquid within the petri dish changed into a blue color. It was done. Chen Feng was somewhat excited. Next, Chen Feng slowly retracted his spiritual energy. The liquid within the petri dish started boiling suddenly, giving him an ominous feeling. Bang! All the liquid exploded together. It splashed all over. Third step, gene fusion, failed. Chen Feng researched carefully. The body's original owner had reached this crucial point before. Despite many attempts, he had never succeeded. The reason for all his failures was the same. The duplicated gene was unable to fuse evenly. The evenness required in this step was something one could only figure out by oneself. During gene duplication, the gene would become exceptionally active. At this moment, spiritual energy was required to rapidly blend the gene into the reagent. This was the only way to guarantee the reagent's evenness. Balance. Chen Feng frowned. This kind of feeling could only be figured out through constant attempts. No wonder the success rate was only 0.1%. The first and second step of gene production only required sufficient practice to guarantee perfection. However, this last step was really very hard. Well, it was very hard for a normal person. However, after activating the Lacora, would the gene be evenly distributed in the gene breeding reagent under the Lacora's effect? Chen Feng was looking forward to it. He put his thought into action immediately. Chen Feng once again started gene production. The first and second steps were completely easily and he once again reached the gene fusion stage. Lacora. Activate. Chen Feng activated the Lacora without hesitation. Whoosh! A subtle change seemed to appear in Chen Feng's eyes. Fuse. Chen Feng carefully moved the gene into the gene breeding reagent. He looked on as that tiny dot of blue spread rapidly, akin to blue ink dripping into water. In a short period of time, the blue fused with the whole gene reagent, and slowly, the liquid changed into a clear blue color. It was such a bright color. Return. Chen Feng slowly retracted his spiritual energy. There were no changes in the blue liquid. Success. Chen Feng was excited. Chen Feng carefully sealed the blue liquid without anything unforeseen happening. He was successful. Under the effect of Lacora, production was successful. Looking at the data on the wristband screen, Chen Feng noted that this production used 1 point of spiritual energy and 1 point of luck value. Naturally, what was important was, along with Chen Feng's successful production, a long-awaited ability appeared on the data screen. Beginner gene production. You have already grasped the beginner gene production technique. By mastering more formulas, you can increase your production level and success rate. Beginner production level, 0 stars. It appeared. Chen Feng was excited. The original owner's long-awaited beginner gene production. Although it was merely him passing the starting line, Chen Feng had gorgeously taken this first step, becoming a gene producer. As for the latter beginner production level stat, it was an evaluation on the quality of the gene production. Different difficulty levels were assigned to gene formulas. The harder the gene formula one mastered, the more the gene production level would be increased. Hence, most of the time, the formula's difficulty level would be sufficient to determine one's gene production level. For example, Lumber Bear gene formula's difficulty level, 1 star. Black Tiger gene formula's difficulty level, 2 stars. If you were to master both formulas, your beginner gene production level would become 3 stars. One could only increase their beginner gene producer's level through constantly mastering different formulas. To become an intermediate gene producer, one needed to reach a staggering amount of 100 stars. As for Chen Feng, who had just started, he did not have a single star. I'll take my time. Chen Feng was not in a rush. Since Lacora worked, his future could be considered limitless. Completing the Lumber Bear gene, Chen Feng sealed the liquid into a reagent bottle. He planned to let Uncle Jiang help assess this reagent he had produced. After lightly packing up, Chen Feng reached the materials shop. Morning, little Feng. Uncle Jiang was always smiling cheerfully. Morning, Uncle Jiang. Chen Feng smiled as he passed over the reagent in his hands. Uncle Jiang, can you take a look at this reagent and see how it is? Come, let me take a look. Uncle Jiang took the reagent. After performing a gene assessment on it, his eyes lit up. Pass. The purity is not bad. This is a standardized Lumber Bear gene. Where did you buy this reagent? Uncle Jiang was midway through his question when he was stunned. He looked at the familiar-looking reagent bottle with his eyes wide open. This bottle seemed to be the one bought from his shop yesterday. Could it be? Surprised, Uncle Jiang suddenly said, "Kid, is this your?" Chen Feng said softly, "Uncle Jiang, this is a secret." "Good kid." Uncle Jiang was excited. Yesterday, he had still been worried that this kid wouldn't get over failing his examinations. He went on and became a gene producer in a blink of an eye. After becoming a gene producer, even if his cultivation was a little slower than those in a university, the difference would not be too big. Although the initial investment of time and resources would be somewhat high, the future, however, was limitless. "Uncle Jiang, I want to buy a gene accessing chip." Chen Feng smiled. Right, kid, since you are now a gene producer, coming here all the time for gene assessment won't do. Having your own chip is appropriate. Wait a while." After looking around for half day, this one. It was a metal sheet with a length and width of 1 centimeter. It was also this era's special product, chip. As long as it was installed on the wristband, the wristband would be able to perform the functions of this chip. This chip's function was to scan the properties of genes. Chen Feng opened his wristband and installed the chip into it. Ding. Installation successful. Scan. Chen Feng scanned the newly produced gene reagent of his lumber bear gene. Fusion requirements: strength, 10 points, physique, 5 points, basic attributes, strength, 2 to 3 points, physique, 2 to 3 points. Genetic ability: lumber bear's wrath. Increased strength by 10 points for 10 seconds, 60-second cooldown. It was as Uncle Jiang said. These were the standard attributes of a lumber bear gene. Although the attributes were somewhat low, its significance was nothing normal. This was Chen Feng's first gene. "Uncle Jiang, how much for the chip?" Chen Feng asked. "It's not much." Uncle Jiang waved his hand. "It's rare to see a gene producer in the flesh." "Hey, the gene producer is even my neighbor." "Just a chip. Consider it Uncle Jiang's gift to you." Chen Feng wanted to decline. "Don't be in a rush to refuse." Uncle Jiang smiled. "You, kid, are just getting started. Before long, you will know what a money sink being a gene producer is." "I don't know how much money you saved. If it's only a few hundred thousands, you can't buy many formulas with it. If you are sincere, you can repay in the future when you start earning money." "Many thanks." Chen Feng was grateful. Based on his online research, a gene accessing chip was worth at least 100,000. "This is nothing." Uncle Jiang smiled. "I don't have much use for the money I saved anyway." Chen Feng was speechless. Uncle Jiang was over 40 years old this year, yet he had never gotten married. In the original owner's memory, Uncle Jiang had always lived simply with nothing special going on in his life. He appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary neighbor. However, Chen Feng could see a trace of a remarkable temperament in him, despite it being extremely faint. Perhaps this Uncle Jiang had his own history when he was young. Chen Feng lamented in his heart. "Oh, yeah?" Uncle Jiang suddenly opened his mouth. "Have you heard of the Gene Rookie competition?" "Nope." Chen Feng shook his head. "I heard recently that the Gene Production Association organized a Gene Rookie competition. It seems like any gene producer from the young generation can participate in it. As long as one passes the audition, there will be rewards. Those ranked higher will even get formulas, bonuses, and other rewards. I'm not sure on the exact details, but you might want to take a look at it." Uncle Jiang smiled. "You can try it out. Even if you fail, it could be considered a learning experience." "All right." Chen Feng was spirited. To encourage the masses to study gene production, the Gene Production Association would frequently organize different events. Chen Feng was not entirely interested in them. However, if it was some rookie competition, he might be able to use the luck aura to earn some money from it. At this thought, Chen Feng said his goodbyes to Uncle Jiang and walked home. The sceneries of the neighborhood were as fascinating as always. Now that he had succeeded in his gene production, his future was bright. Even Chen Feng's footsteps felt lighter and quicker. However, right before he reached home, he paused his steps. At the corner, under the shadows, there was a dim silhouette. "It's been a while." The silhouette walked out with a faint smile on his face. "It's you." Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Wang, the class monitor of 3rd year, 2nd class, possessing a handsome look, coupled with his well-off family and outstanding grades, made him the most popular male in the high school, with no other contenders. Naturally, he had a second identity, the one pulling the strings of the original owner's death. "I heard you failed the examinations, so I come to visit you." A familiar smile was displayed on Wang's face. "Oh?" Chen Feng smiled faintly. "Congratulations on your entry into the North King University." Whoosh! The smile on Wang's face froze. The originally hot weather became somewhat cold at the moment. The atmosphere was frozen in an instant. The ice-cold killing intent in Wang's eyes was apparent. For Chen Feng to speak this way, it was obvious that he had managed to guess that Wang was the one pulling the strings. Interesting. Wang smiled with a toying expression. Unexpectedly, you could see the truth. It seems like I was wrong, treating you as a bookworm all this while. However, even if you are somewhat crafty, so what? You don't really think that you are better than us, right? Let me inform you. The reason you were able to become the top student was merely because you were too stupid. Firstly, almost all children of influential families have fused with genes that are only formidable during later stages. For example, me, my genetic ability is practically worthless during the early stage. However, during the late stage, it can provide a 50% passive growth on one's spiritual energy. This is the only reason your grades were normally slightly better than mine, because of your genetic ability. Although it currently maintains a small superiority, it is ultimately a trash gene. In the future, it's nearly useless. In a sense, it is equivalent to the lumber bear gene, trash, nothing more than that. Secondly, in order to consolidate the quality of a student's foundation, all high school students are prohibited from using special resources to improve themselves. They are only allowed to improve through tough training. This is also the only reason you are able to keep up with us. After entering university, you will come to understand what a disparity of tenfold, of 100-fold means. Pitiful fellow, do you realize that the university entrance examinations were the last and only fair confrontation you are going to have with us in your whole life? Wang stated indifferently. After every word he spoke, he stepped forward. The dreadful aura condensed in their surroundings while the confidence and arrogance of a son of an influential family was unleashed in a split second. It was akin to a tsunami gushing onto one's face. The current him was the true Wang, the genius youngster with an illustrious family background and outstanding grades. Wang, within a rarely noticed corner of a certain neighborhood, Wang's aura was surging, completely suppressing Chen Feng. Possessing a good family background, he'd had a certain level of shrewdness and grandiosity since he was young. A mere Chen Feng, totally someone akin to an ant. Since he could kill Chen Feng once, he could kill Chen Feng a second time. However, he did not expect Chen Feng to open his mouth at this moment. So, this is the excuse you use for your act of cheating in the examinations? What? Wang was stunned. Chen Feng smiled faintly. Initially, he thought that the reason Wang killed the original owner was due to university-related benefits. However, looking at Wang's current expression, that high and mighty zeal, he suddenly found that all these years, the original owner might have inflicted quite a heavy trauma on Wang after all. He raised his head, looking at Wang, who had arrived before him. Chen Feng suddenly patted Wang's face. It was a very light pat, however. Crisp sounds still resounded from it. Wang abruptly widened his eyes. He couldn't believe that Chen Feng actually dared to touch him. Child, no matter how outstanding you get in the future, you must remember one thing. When you were in high school, there was one person riding on your head for 3 whole years. Furthermore, even during the entrance examinations, you only dared to obtain victory through cheating. You need to remember, your pride, your victory, will forever remain something obtained through cheating, Chen Feng said in a meaningful and heartfelt manner. Chen Feng. Wang slapped his hand away, trembling from anger. Regardless of how reserved a temperament he had, he was, after all, still a student. Those 2 pats by Chen Feng were simply an insult. That alone was not something he couldn't bear with. What made him collapse emotionally were those words spoken by Chen Feng. They pierced directly into his heart, turning it into a pin cushion, smashing his pride entirely. What qualifications did Chen Feng have? He was clearly here to let Chen Feng see the reality. He was clearly here to declare his victory. He should be the one laughing till the end. Wang was angry. Child, work hard. Chen Feng patted his shoulder and encouraged him. In the future, when you make a name for yourself, I can also bask in your glory. The man who rode on Wang's head. What do you think of this title? Isn't it glorious? Chen Feng. Wang was seething with anger. Bang! He couldn't help himself and launched a punch toward Chen Feng. The fist that far exceeded a normal person's strength was descending ferociously. However, when it reached in front of Chen Feng, it stopped. That fist was firmly grasped in Chen Feng's palm. Child, it seems like you have forgotten something. Chen Feng smiled lightly. You are the current examination's top scorer. However, your foundations are not as solid as mine. Bang! He punched, beating Wang backward. HMMPH. brute. Cold lights flashed through Wang's eyes. Since he was here to kill Chen Feng, ample preparations had naturally been made. Gulp. He gulped down a small bottle of strength enhancement reagent, increasing his strength by 10 points. Gulp. He gulped down a bottle of physique enhancement reagent, increasing his physique by 10 points. The bottles were only the size of a gelatin dessert. Wang managed to instantly gulp down 4 to 5 bottles of reagent that Chen Feng had never seen before. Immediately, his temperament seemed to change. Bang! Chen Feng's fist landed on Wang, yet he ended up withdrawing his fist in pain. His right hand had swollen. You really thought I wasn't prepared? Wang sneered. Even if you were lucky enough to escape from the shark, you are still going to die today. Today, I shall educate you on the reality of things. Someone poor without any background like you, forever, remain our stepping stone. Bang! Wang growled, and power seemed to be bubbling up from his whole body. He ferociously punched at Chen Feng. That dreadful momentum was not something Chen Feng could block. However, was there a need for him to block? Chen Feng sighed and lightly raised his right hand. Wind blade. Hum. A flash of azure color. This trash ability again? Wang sneered. Although Wind Blade was a spiritual type genetic ability, its power was ordinary. It was sufficient to deal with a normal person. However, to deal with him, even the amount of his spiritual energy was above Chen Feng's. The Wind Blade landed on Wang's body, leaving behind a 1 centimeter deep wound. Only this much power? Wang's eyes were cold. Then you can go and die. However, outside of his expectations, even before his punch landed, on top of the wind blade that was blossoming in the air, blue light flashed and another wind blade appeared. As Wang was stunned, another wind blade appeared. FCK, this is. Wang opened his eyes wide. Bang! The wind blades erupted. Wang was blasted away. He couldn't take it after only 3 of them. Chen Feng sneered and directly dragged Wang to the shadows under the corner. Screams started reverberating. One blue radiance after another could also be faintly seen flashing about. Very strong in later stages. I, your father, will torture you right now in your early stage. After a long time, Chen Feng walked out of the corner. After tidying up his clothes, he walked back home feeling refreshed. And after a longer period of time, Wang slowly walked out of the shadows with trembling legs, a bloody nose, a swollen face, and the clothes on him reduced into strips. He appeared like someone that had been ravaged a countless number of times. Supporting himself on the wall, Wang's hands were trembling. He never expected someone to have the guts to treat him this way. He was Wang. He was the proud son of the Wang family. He had clearly estimated Chen Feng's strength to absolutely not be his opponent. However, God knows why Chen Feng's luck was so good for the wind blade to appear continuously around 3 or 4 times. This kind of defeat was the most vexing. Chen Feng, there will be a day when I dismember your body into 10,000 pieces. Wang gritted his teeth in anger. What's up with this child? A few elder ladies of the neighborhood passed by, feeling curious. Who knows? Kids nowadays have peculiar tastes. I heard 2 days ago there was one who called on a young lady with the Swampeel gene and end up having the summoned object stuck inside. Wang clenched his fist and left with his head lowered. At this moment, high up in the air at the height of 1,000 km, a young girl was watching this scene in a relaxed manner. She appeared to be 12 or 13 years old, wearing a spotless white-colored dress. Her black shoulder-length hair was gently dripping downward. She was sitting on a cloud with her foot hanging about. When old man Wang told me to protect this idiot, he mentioned clearly to let him temper himself more and to only intervene during moments of life and death. This matter today, a small incident. There's no need for me to act. The young girl clapped her tiny hands and muttered to herself, that fellow called Chen Feng is quite interesting. Too bad his first gene is this kind of trash gene. Not to mention its late stage, even during the early stage it doesn't have much use. Right at this moment, she suddenly paused and concentrated her vision downward. A dreadful power was unleashed instantly, causing the clouds around her to tremble without stop. Shortly after, however, the young girl shook her head and things returned to normal. Strange. Why did I feel like I was discovered by that fellow? Impossible. That guy is merely a weakling with a spiritual energy of 30 points. Woo. Never mind. It's probably due to me not getting proper sleep recently. I should just return and take a rest. The more she thought, the more the young girl got confused. Hence, she directly stopped thinking about it. Next, she yawned and lay down on the cloud. The cloud slowly drifted and enveloped her. Shortly after, she could no longer be seen. At the same time, Chen Feng reached home and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Chen Feng had not planned to deal with the matter regarding the original owner's death for now. However, when Wang came, Chen Feng knew that the conflict between the both of them couldn't be resolved anymore. Since things were that way, then there was no need to resolve it anymore. Coming over to sneer too naive, Chen Feng was in fact planning to get rid of Wang. However, that faint sense of crisis he felt in the skies caused him to be incomparably alert, ultimately deciding to not act on his plan. Really worthy of his status as the son of an influential family. High above in the skies of 1,000 km in height, there were actually someone protecting Wang. As for why was he able to sense it, the reason was simple. It was now the peak of summer. The sun was enough to roast a person. There were no clouds in the clear and boundless sky. Yet, right above their neighborhood, there was a bundle of white clouds. How could he not see it? Together with the vigilance brought about by the faint sense of crisis he was feeling, if Chen Feng still couldn't understand, then he would have had some serious problems. Even though he did not understand why that person's way of guarding was so simple and rough, ultimately, it was not something Chen Feng could contend against. Hence, he decided to only give Wang a good beating. I am still too weak. Chen Feng pondered for a short while. It seemed like he needed to take note of his conduct for a period of time. It would be better for him to only move about at crowded or monitored areas, to not give them any opportunity to act. Without background, he could only depend on himself. However, Chen Feng wasn't too worried. During his previous life, he was so miserable, yet he was still able to stay alive until 20 years old. What was there to be afraid of in his current life? Worried of assassination? What did that matter? Did you know how it felt to be chased after by your own vacuum cleaner? Did you know how it felt to almost drown in a bathtub? Did you know how it felt to be hit by bird poop, leaving an injury that required 7 stitches, when you left your house? A truck appearing any time when you turned a corner? Or the feeling of the manhole cover under your legs disappearing suddenly? Only he knew. As far as Chen Feng was concerned, his previous life was a war in itself. Assassination? It was an inconvenience at most. Furthermore, the Chen Feng of today was already a beginner gene producer. With the assistance of luck or, as long as he worked hard, he wouldn't end up too badly. After calming down, Chen Feng started reading up about the gene rookie competition. He was currently seriously lacking in money. Hence, it would be a good thing if he could earn some prizes from joining the competition. However, after researching the so-called gene rookie competition, Chen Feng was shocked. Rookie competition? How was this considered a rookie competition? Chen Feng looked at the competition's introduction as he inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Gene rookie competition. Anyone under 25 years old could participate in it. As long as one passed the audition, one would get generous rewards. The top 20 rankers would receive even better rewards. Those in the top 3 would be accepted as a member of the Gene Production Association. This was obviously an irregular recruitment process held by the Gene Production Association. What was the Gene Production Association? It was a place all gene producers yearned for. And now, this place was recruiting. Chen Feng originally thought that this was just a competition among beginners. He never expected this so-called gene rookie competition to be a competition between the elites of the younger generations, also the most authoritative competition. The top rankers of this competition might just be the topmost gene producers of the young generation. Regardless of whether one was aiming for the Gene Production Association member quota or the title of strongest gene producer, this would become an intense heavyweight level competition. Although there was a restriction on the participants' age, Chen Feng was sure that, at that time, there would still be a huge volume of gene producers participating. Rookie, sorry, you were merely cannon fodder. Passing the audition, the second stage of the competition, the difficulty was high. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. The competition that Uncle Jiang had casually mentioned was clearly not something Chen Feng could participate in. From the age restrictions alone, one could see that this was something targeted at the public or those new graduates of universities. A gene producer that freshly graduated from high school like Chen Feng was totally not qualified to participate in this kind of competition. Even if he managed to enter by fluke, he would merely be cannon fodder. However, should he give up just like that? Chen Feng did not know why, but within his heart, a flame was ignited. His original plan was to steadily improve himself. However, Wang's appearance today had provoked him. Should he really take his time to slowly grow and get stepped on by Wang? He could not accept it. What was Wang's status? He was not sure. However, From the person who was protecting Wang, he could roughly guess how scary the power behind Wang was. High school was the only stage where they could compete fairly. The moment they graduated from high school, their competition would include other aspects, such as their background and everything else. He was not Wang's rival at all, although he had previously sneered at Wang, saying that he was going to use Wang's past to gain fame in the future. How could he really do that? As much as he wanted to make a name for himself, he also wanted to step on Wang to become a true expert. An opportunity was now presented to him. Gene Rookie competition? He only needed to enter the top 3. As long as he joined the Gene Production Association, he would be akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon's Gate 1. The people of the current era placed a very large emphasis on universities. If that was the case, what if one were to join the Gene Production Association, which was even better than those universities? Who would still dare to look down on you? Furthermore, the resources available there were even better, helping you to become stronger. Top 3 places. Chen Feng's eyes were burning. In normal conditions, a rookie such as him stood no chance at all. Even those gene producers with 3 or 4 years of experience had no chance. Who knew what kind of abominable genius would appear in this competition? The Gene Rookie competition was held once per year. Each year, geniuses with extremely high gene production levels would appear without exception. However, they are all geniuses. Why can't I do it? Chen Feng looked at the luck aura on his screen. His heart began stirring. You all have good backgrounds, but I have the luck aura. To compete on one's background, I'm not worse than all of you. I need to first meet the qualifications required to sign up. Next, to sprint toward the top 3. Chen Feng made up his mind. However, it was not that easy for one to reach the qualifications to sign up for the competition. To prevent too many rookies from joining and creating trouble during the competition, the Gene Rookie competition's lowest requirement was for one's beginner production level to reach a rating of 20 stars. 20 stars? Chen Feng frowned. It was not hard to reach 20 stars. A lot of gene producers with a few years of experience would be able to get 20 stars even if they were to grind it up by sheer volume while working a job at the same time. However, it was a huge problem for Chen Feng, who was a total rookie. One needed to know that even a lumberbear gene formula's difficulty level was only 1 star. In other words, if I purely use formulas like the lumberbear gene, I would need to master a total of 20 formulas to reach a 20-star rating. After some calculations, Chen Feng noted that this was an astonishing figure. However, he did not have any point of reference. Hence, he could only master the lumberbear gene formula to determine how much time he required to master it. I should master the lumberbear gene first. Next, decide my follow-up plans based on the time I spend mastering the lumberbear gene. Chen Feng looked at the time. The closing date for signing up was in September. There were still 3 months left. He might be able to try sprinting toward it after all. Naturally, he did not tell anyone his decision. If Uncle Jiang were to find out that this total rookie was actually aiming for the top 3, he would think that Chen Feng had gone crazy. However, at times, one needed to be crazy. To first master the lumberbear gene, Chen Feng set his target. Even though he still had a few 100,000 worth of materials, if he did not utilize his luck aura, he probably wouldn't be able to produce a lot of finished goods even if he were to spend all his money. All this money was far from enough. I need to sell this off. Chen Feng shook the reagent bottle in his hand. The gene reagents that he might be selling in the future would not be low in amount. Hence, he needed to find a long-term point of sale. This would involve the more advanced aspect of this world, the virtual community. The technologies in this world were more advanced. The virtual reality technology was also more polished. Almost every household had access to the virtual community network. This was similar to computers on Earth. This was a semicircular instrument. Once spiritual energy was inserted, one could enter a brand new virtual world. Chen Feng turned it on. The room started to change. Chen Feng's simple room suddenly changed into a magical virtual world. Blue skies and white clouds appeared while he was standing on a large public square. This was the virtual community, something that was the most popular product of the current era. Entertainment, shopping, training, it could satisfy everything you wished for. On the left side was the business district Chen Feng needed. Inside were countless amounts of shops, while on the streets were crowds bustling with activity. Viata or Bao. 2. Chen Feng was stunned. A translucent light screen appeared before his eyes. On the screen, he could set filters such as price, category, etc. The shops found after filtering would be indicated with a bright light in the virtual community. You could easily reach them by walking. Naturally, you could also casually stroll on the streets, similar to the real world. So it's like this. Chen Feng contemplated. Chen Feng entered a shop. Gene reagents were displayed inside the glass displays around him. Chen Feng could even pick up the items with his hands. The vivid sensation left him exclaiming in admiration. Naturally, the price left him exclaiming even more. Despite eliminating those high-level gene fusion reagents, F-class gene fusion reagents alone were already extremely expensive. F-class gene reagent, demonic spider gene fusion requirement, 15 points of agility, 6 points of physique. Gene ability, spider silk, able to emit spider silk with formidable toughness from your hands. Selling price, 50,000 yuan. Footnotes: 1. Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate. According to Chinese mythology, the Dragon's Gate is located at the top of a waterfall cascading from a legendary mountain. Many carp swim upstream against the river's strong current, but few are capable or brave enough for the final leap over the waterfall. If a carp successfully makes the jump, it is transformed into a powerful dragon, usually expressing a person achieving success after hard work. 2. VR stands for virtual reality. While Taobao is a Chinese e-commerce market similar to Amazon and eBay, Spider-Man's ability. Chen Feng was astonished. Without a doubt, this genetic ability was a remarkable one, even in this world. However, that scary price was sufficient to make the majority of people shy away. Chen Feng also looked at other genes. There were a myriad of combat genes. Even the cheapest one would require 10,000 yuan. As for the more expensive ones, the price reached a staggering amount of a few hundred thousands of yuan, and those were the truly popular ones. Chen Feng was dazzled from his stroll, yet he quickly studied his state of mind as he looked at the virtual community's transaction rules. There were 4 ways to sell gene reagents. The first way was to look for a buyer yourself through private chat. The second way was to directly sell them to the gene shops that were purchasing them. A lot of these small gene shops entrusted the process to a robot. For example, a lumber bear gene would be purchased at 4,500 yuan and sold at 5,000 yuan. They made their profit in this manner, through the difference in price. This was a very suitable way for normal gene producers, especially for those who lacked time to transact automatically, simple and fast. The third way was to entrust the selling process to a shop in the virtual community. The service charge was 5% per day, and you could set your own price. However, regardless of whether or not the item was sold, the service charge would not be refunded. The fourth way was to open one's own shop. The first way is too troublesome. It wastes a lot of time, yet the price is low. The second way is too much of a loss. The capital required to open a shop is too high for the fourth way. Furthermore, during the early period when the traffic is still low, I basically won't be able to sell any stuff. I can only choose the third way. Then, Chen Feng decided to entrust the sales to other shops. However, even doing this was under the premise of him purchasing a transaction conveyor. Transaction conveyor, a new age technological product. It was said that the legendary founder of the virtual community's business section was an expert possessing a mystical space ability. He imitated what the wristband company's founder did and compressed his ability into a particular tool to create the transaction conveyor. As long as one purchased one of these tools, one could directly perform small-scale teleportation of products. Those who couldn't afford to buy a conveyor could only depend on express delivery services. The conveyor was priced at 100,000 yuan. Chen Feng immediately bought it. He did not have the time to receive and send products every day. Since he would be transacting many times, the conveyor was a necessity. Chen Feng directly bought the transaction conveyor from the virtual community's management and entrusted the express delivery to deliver his product. As for others, it would be more convenient to directly purchase them after he received the conveyor. Done. Let's rest a bit. Time spent waiting for the express delivery was just nice for Chen Feng to replenish his lack of sleep. He was too tired. He had been busy without rest since yesterday. Hence, Chen Feng easily fell into a deep sleep. However, right as he woke up from the deep sleep, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Danger. Years spent always on alert helped Chen Feng become wide awake in a split second. Shwa. In his body, a wind blade subconsciously condensed while Chen Feng got up with a leap. He looked toward the source of the crisis and noticed that a dreadful mutated beast had appeared at the window. Piercing and sharp claws and a thunder-like pair of eyes, It had a dreadful appearance. Enemy? Cold light gleamed in Chen Feng's eyes. Windblade prepared. Luck aura prepared. Even though the fellow in front of him was very big, Chen Feng did not feel the slightest bit of fear. The instantaneous unleash of Windblade could let him display a power far exceeding his current strength. Just as he was about to erupt, a silhouette appeared on the big bird. Those familiar clothes. That familiar symbol. That person smiled honestly, took out a suitcase, and passed it through the window. Boss, your express delivery. Damn. This was actually the express deliveryman. Can you not walk through the main entrance? Chen Feng sighed. Chen Feng couldn't be blamed for the thought of this being the deliveryman not crossing his mind. Even in the memories of the original owner, the deliveryman had always walked through the main entrance. None would come to the window and give people a scare. I yelled for half a day, yet nobody answered. The deliveryman was somewhat awkward. After that, I saw that the window was open, so I came to take a look. Chen Feng signed his acceptance. Who? The big bird soared. Riding on the big bird, the express deliveryman flew away. Cloud saw a bird. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. That was an F-class genetic ability of the cloud saw a bird gene, granting someone a natural sense of rapport with a cloud saw a bird. You could capture a cloud saw a bird, which had ordinary battle strength yet possessed high speed, to become your companion. A lot of express deliverymen would fuse with this kind of gene. This was a standard labor type gene. What a mystical world. Chen Feng had high expectations of this amazing world. Then, he opened the bundle and a shiny transaction conveyor appeared. The poor relied on express delivery, while the rich relied on conveyors. In this age, even shopping online would deeply injure the hearts of the poor. The transaction conveyor was not big and was able to handle a majority of small-scale goods. With the arrival of the conveyor, the purchase of all sorts of materials could be settled in one go. Selling gene reagents would also become unprecedentedly convenient. Student Chen Feng's life as a gene producer had officially begun. Once again arriving at the virtual community, Chen Feng picked a gene shop with somewhat good traffic. There, he put his lumber bear gene up for sale, purchased large quantities of lumber bear gene materials, and once again entered a crazy pace of gene production. With luck aura working at full capacity, Chen Feng started producing genes like crazy. During this period of time, apart from the time spent waiting for the luck value to recover, the only thing he did was learning constantly. For him, the original owner's memories were like a movie. Even though he knew them, he did not have a profound understanding of them. Furthermore, with the shallow outlook of the original owner, the things he knew wouldn't be too many anyway. Hence, Chen Feng needed to personally understand this world. To truly look at this world through all kinds of virtual lecture courses, virtual realities recordings, helping you to understand the planet's pulse, virtual realities recordings, era of genes, virtual realities recordings, what you don't know about the digital wristband, virtual realities recordings, 5 years of review and 8 years of hunting, the way of survival of a mutated beast. Etc. Chen Feng went through almost all the well-known recordings and guides. Under the aid of the virtual reality services, he immersed himself. After 7 days, the current Chen Feng knew more about this world than the original owner. During these 7 days, he had also truly blended into this world. His gene production had also progressed rapidly. Luck value, only 24 recovery points per day. It was far from enough. Luck value used up, buy the materials and immediately go into production. This formula was originally a stranger to Chen Feng. However, under countless successes and failures, he constantly familiarized himself and increased his mastery over this formula. For someone that had not succeeded before, this was a barrier. However, as long as one succeeded a single time and experienced that kind of sensation, the subsequent success rate would increase. It was a type of sensation, yet it was also something that could be comprehended. In tandem with the usage of luck value, Chen Feng's comprehension of gene fusion became more refined. His comprehension of the so-called evenness became deeper. After every successful fusion, Chen Feng could feel his improvement. Even through failures he learned something. His success rate was constantly increasing. After 7 days of time, Chen Feng finally mastered it. Within his gene detector's data, his beginner gene production level finally changed from 0 stars to 1 star. I can finally be considered to have officially entered the profession, Chen Feng lamented deeply. At this point, Chen Feng ended his first seclusion and the price paid. Chen Feng felt a ball-breaking pain as he looked at that big zero on his bank account. In order to fully understand the lumber bear gene, he had used up all 40,000 yuan. This was even after supporting himself through the sold lumber bear agents produced. Otherwise, a mere 40,000 yuan was totally not enough. The money-burning level of gene production far exceeded Chen Feng's imagination. If it was like this even for someone possessing luck aura like him, how about others? Becoming a qualified gene producer was really hard. This was also the reason why the original owner had wanted to enter the university no matter what. In the university, all sorts of experimental materials would be provided for free. You could progress constantly even if you were penniless. It's a pity. Chen Feng was somewhat regretful. However, he was not discouraged. Since failing the entrance examinations was already a fixed fact, there was no use worrying too much. What was important now was for him to calculate the time spent mastering the lumber bear gene. However, after calculating the sacrifice and costs during this period of time, Chen Feng had a bad feeling. In other words, with a period of 7 days, plus all the initial funds, I only mastered a 1-star formula. Chen Feng felt a ball-breaking pain. He still lacked 19 stars from the 20-star sign-up requirement. It was far from enough. This won't do. Chen Feng frowned. The profits of a 1-star formula was too low. If he continued with these kinds of basic 1-star genes, such as the lumber bear gene, even if he were to be given unlimited funds to burn, he would not be able to reach 20 stars. My next formula must be a combat formula. Chen Feng was determined. The lowest difficulty of a combat gene was 2 stars. The outstanding ones could even reach the 3-star difficulty level. Chen Feng was currently relying on the luck aura to sprint upward. Hence, as far as he was concerned, the harder the formula was, the better it was. He had to choose his second formula properly. Let's collect some money first and buy a high-rating combat gene, Chen Feng thought. Currently, his only funds were these freshly produced lumber bear gene reagents. I should sell these first. Chen Feng arrived at the virtual community as usual. As he reached the gene shop he frequented and prepared to assign his sale, a fierce-looking silhouette with an ominous glint in his eyes appeared before him, blocking him. Kid, who gave you the guts to sell at my place? You are? Chen Feng raised his head doubtfully. I'm King Kong, the manager of this virtual shop, the tall and stout silhouette stated coldly. Oh, hello. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. Hee, hello my ass. King Kong raged. Your father, haven't been here for 2 days, yet the sales volume has dropped by 50%. Who gave you the guts to sell genes at my place? Merely or rookie. Even your products are those trashy lumber bear genes. Do you know how much loss I, your father, made in the past 2 days? A normal lumber bear gene can only be sold at 5,000 yuan. A peak attribute outstanding lumber bear gene is worth no less than 10,000 yuan. The genes you put up were the trashiest ones that are hard to sell. The high attribute genes put up by others will be sold in a few hours. The assigned spot would thus be cleared and be available for business again. Do you know how much of my business you have blocked? King Kong was raging. Oh, Chen Feng was feeling doubtful. Why don't you set up a restriction order? Restriction order. It was the value-added service provided by the trusteeship system. The virtual community needed to make money, after all. Hence, the trusteeship of the gene shops only had a simple rule. Only after buying the restriction order could one set up rules as they wished. For example, restricting the gene categories, gene types, and gene attributes, and even a blacklist could be added. With a fee of 10,000 per month, it was a necessity for shops with a certain level of traffic. King Kong's expression froze. Seems like you didn't buy it. Chen Feng understood. This fellow did not want to spend this 10,000 yuan, yet he also did not want rookie gene producers to sell at his place. However, under normal circumstances, when people would sell, they would simply sell wherever available. Who knew what kind of conditions you had? This was a perfect example of a dishonest person. Since you didn't set up restrictions, how would someone know what conditions you had? By guessing? Do I, your father, need you to control my sale? King Kong flew into a rage out of humiliation and bellowed, scram. Your father's place does not welcome rookies. Alright. Chen Feng lightly nodded and left. Only after this did King Kong feel satisfied. HMPH, to spend 10,000 yuan to set up a rule? It was not necessary at all. These rookies, one only needed to give them a good scolding and they wouldn't dare to come. However, as he turned around, His face froze. One after another, lumber bear gene reagents appeared on the originally empty glass shelves. All 8 empty spaces were suddenly filled. And these genes, FCK, damnable bastard. King Kong was shuddering due to extreme anger. The fellow just now actually assigned all his genes for sale before leaving, and to do it in front of his face. How could he be so thick-faced to such extent? King Kong was bursting with rage. At this moment, Chen Feng returned to reality in a relaxed manner. King Kong's threat? He totally didn't care. Since you didn't have a restriction order, that meant he was totally entitled to sell the. It was reasonable and fair. Wanted to restrict him? Just obediently go and buy a value-added service. However, Chen Feng had finally understood the circumstances and hardships of a normal gene producer. They already needed to invest a large amount of resources during the initial period, but even when selling gene reagents, they would be discriminated against. No wonder so many people preferred to sell directly to the shops. They would rather lose some profit than to be grieved in this way. Seems like if I want to make a profit, I still need an outstanding lumber bear gene. Chen Feng contemplated. After focusing all his energy on gene fusion during this period of time, he had completely mastered the formula. Now, he could start attacking the higher levels. For example, high attribute outstanding genes. There were 3 types of high attribute lumber bear genes: 3 points of strength, 3 points of physique, or both. There were 3 steps in gene production, with the 3rd step being the crucial point concerning the success of the fusion. On the other hand, the first step, gene search, was the crucial point for producing a high attribute gene. The reason was simple. Materials. The gene fragments found during the first step were the fusion materials during the subsequent reaction and fusion stages. Only the best gene materials could produce the best attributes. The best gene. Chen Feng contemplated. Wrapping up the lumber bear blood essence with his spiritual energy, brilliant light swirled before Chen Feng's eyes as he entered the digitized world. Countless genes were swirling about. Chen Feng was able to easily find the required gene materials for the lumber bear gene. However, all of these were common genes. Outstanding genes, eh? Chen Feng decided to wait a while. However, after waiting for a full 2 minutes, only one gene strain that seemed to be an fold larger than the other genes appeared. Evidently, these genes were low in quantity. This won't do. Chen Feng frowned. Only one gene strain was found in 2 minutes. How much time would he require to replace all 13 strains of genes with these bigger genes? Speed up. Chen Feng urged his spiritual energy on and sped up the operation speed of the whole digitized world. The originally slow-moving genes started to accelerate. Chen Feng looked at every gene that flashed through in front of him and retained those that were comparatively larger. However, just as he caught the 6th gene strain, the world before his eyes started flickering. Bang! The digitized world collapsed. The world before him returned to normal and the lumber bear blood essence turned into a clump of blood-colored mist. Failed. Chen Feng shook his head. Spiritual energy fully exhausted. This was his first failure at the gene search stage. His current maximum spiritual energy was 30 points. However, even after exhausting all his spiritual energy, he could not collect even half of the required outstanding genes. He didn't even get to start thinking about producing the high attribute genes. Furthermore, with the degree of spiritual energy exhaustion, even if he managed to produce it, what use would it be? The gains totally couldn't make up for the losses. Chen Feng required at least 60 points of spiritual energy to produce one outstanding lumber bear gene. And this did not even take into consideration the situations involving blackface and bad luck. Exchanging 60 points of spiritual energy for one outstanding lumber bear gene, he would not do it at all. Not worth it. Chen Feng muttered to himself. The reason he had tried to produce outstanding lumber bear genes was due to a shortage of money. However, in order to make money, if he were to use this way of production to produce an outstanding lumber bear gene, he would instead lose a lot of money. Let's check online and learn some gene search skills as well. Chen Feng contemplated. If he were to practice more, the exhausted spiritual energy might drop to around 40 points. However, that was already the limit. As for the others, it would be dependent on luck. This was precisely why those rookie gene producers were mostly focused on producing ordinary genes only as a form of practice. As long as the income and costs were balanced and they were not making many losses, it would be sufficient. High attribute outstanding genes. Those were the production of gene producer grandmasters. A gene producer grandmaster did not lack spiritual energy at all. They could create large quantities of peak attribute genes anytime. The rate at which their spiritual energy was exhausted might even be slower than their spiritual energy recovery. Seems like I can only produce it in the future. Chen Feng felt somewhat regretful. Right at this moment, however, he suddenly remembered one thing: gene search was dependent on luck. What if he were to use luck aura? It's worth a try. Chen Feng was suddenly excited. After preparing the materials, Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Rise. His spiritual energy slowly wrapped around the lumber bear gene, and he instantly entered the digitized world. Luck aura, activate. Chen Feng opened his eyes and was immediately alarmed. A countless number of genes swam around before him. The speed was not fast. However, the genes that appeared were all the strongest genes. The strongest genes, amounting to several tens of thousands, actually appeared in the first batch. Chen Feng captured these strongest genes. First step completed. 1 point of luck value used. Chen Feng deactivated the luck aura and went through the subsequent production phase normally. Nowadays, he could already guarantee success during his gene fusion step, so he did not need to worry about failing. Shortly after, the gene reagent became an azure color. Production completed. Gene assessment completed and the data of the gene appeared on the screen. Lumber bear gene. Basic attributes: strength, 3 points; physique, 3 points; genetic ability, lumber bear's wrath, increased strength by 10 points for 10 seconds, 60-second cooldown. Success. Chen Feng was excited. It really was peak attribute. How hard was it to increase one attribute point? Countless people worked extremely hard for a long time and were only able to have a 1-point increase. This was especially true for commoners. As such, that 1 point of strength and 1 point of physique increased the original price of the lumber bear gene from 5,000 yuan to 10,000 yuan. Sure enough, attribute is what's increased after the activation of luck aura during the gene search stage. Chen Feng was pleasantly surprised. These days, Chen Feng had not been using the luck aura, so there were quite a lot of leftover luck points. As such, Chen Feng spent 6 points of luck value to easily produce full attribute lumber bear genes from the remaining 6 sets of materials. Chen Feng calculated. Selling all of these, combined with those sold yesterday, will net me roughly 10,000. The following day, Chen Feng reached the virtual community on time. The 8 gene reagents he had assigned yesterday had already sold. He arrived in front of the virtual shop, planning to assign genes for sale. Unexpectedly, a warning window popped up instead. You have been blacklisted by this gene shop. You are prohibited from assigning sales here. A floating, half-illusory window appeared. Chen Feng was stunned. At the same time, King Kong, who had received a notification, changed into a shiny silhouette and appeared once again. As he saw this scene, he laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha. Weren't you very unbridled yesterday? I, your grandfather, bought the restriction order service today. From now on, rookies such as you can forget about leeching traffic here. King Kong was joyfully satisfied. He had almost been infuriated to the point of death by Chen Feng yesterday. After making up his mind, he activated the value-added service that very night and had waited a whole day just to vent this frustration of his. A weak rookie gene producer like you is as trashy as that wind pavilion across the street. Wanted to leech on my traffic? Ridiculous. King Kong said disdainfully. Oh, Chen Feng said apathetically and then turned around and walked away. Oh? King Kong opened his eyes wide. It ended with only a no. Shouldn't this guy be bursting with rage? He had waited for a whole day and even purposely opened a value-added service that caused him to ache. He actually said oh and left just like that? No. This was wrong. This bastard is definitely putting on an act. He must be very angry after getting fixed, but he did not want to show his anger in front of me, so he pretended to be very calm and collected. This must be the truth, King Kong thought. At that time, Chen Feng returned. Returning again, King Kong immediately felt proud. How is it? Still feeling extremely angry, right? Ha ha. Your father, likes your current expression of being very angry at me yet unable to do anything. No, I simply want to ask something, Chen Feng said indifferently. Where is the wind pavilion you mentioned earlier? That trashy wind pavilion? King Kong sneered. Nuo, the one opposite. The boss there is very suitable for you. Both of you are trashes with corrupt moral standings. Apart from acting cool, there is nothing else you both know. Oh, Chen Feng nodded his head, turned around, and left. Another oh? King Kong opened his eyes wide and an obscure flame emerged in his heart. Damn. He had obviously fixed this bastard. Why was there no anger at all? Not even a fart. And to even specifically ask where the wind pavilion was? This bastard couldn't really be planning to go to the wind pavilion, right? He wouldn't be so senseless, right? But then, if he really went over and brought disaster upon a competitor. Watching as Chen Feng reached the opposite side, King Kong decided to go take a look. Wind pavilion, a small jean shop. As King Kong entered, he saw Chen Feng tap on empty air with his finger a few times before leaving. He subconsciously glanced at his surroundings. The small, empty jean shop filled rapidly. Within the empty glass shelves, bottle after bottle of brand new jean reagents appeared. This bastard is really stupid. King Kong was sure to actually listen to his words and bring disaster to his rival. King Kong clicked his tongue. He could be considered to have recovered his losses with this. Haha. That trash Windjunter, let me see how can he continue acting cool after this. King Kong was immediately feeling refreshed. However, before leaving, he subconsciously tapped at a lumber bear jean to take a look. He was immediately stunned. Peak attribute. Starting price 10,000. He rubbed his eyes with all his strength. He was sure that he had not seen it wrong. It was really peak attribute with a starting price of 10,000. How was this possible? King Kong was stupefied. Whoosh, whoosh. He rapidly checked all the recently assigned lumber bear jeans here. It was actually a straight flush of peak attribute jeans. And the only person here earlier was Chen Feng. Peak attribute. King Kong was stupefied. All of them. How was this possible? Even for a grandmaster producer, there would be circumstances where 2 points of physique and 3 points of strength or 2 points of strength and 3 points of physique appeared. They would not all be 3 points of attributes like what was happening currently. Furthermore, he was very clear that, during the past few days, all that fellow had produced were ordinary genes. Could it be? King Kong suddenly inhaled a mouthful of cold air. This was a young master of a rich family. He was just getting started in learning gene producing, so he progressed forcefully using money and rushed to peak level in a few days' time? If it was like this, King Kong's heart suddenly ached. He had actually forcefully chased a big spender gene producer away. Furthermore, King Kong was the one who caused him to go over to his rival's place. Coincidence. This must have been a coincidence. How could that bastard be capable of producing this kind of high attribute gene? King Kong comforted himself. Subsequently, in the next 2 days, King Kong saw that every time Chen Feng went over, a few peak attribute lumber bear genes would appear in the shop. Every single time. What grieved his heart the most was that he had secretly removed the restriction he had set on Chen Feng. And yet, Chen Feng never returned. King Kong was bursting with rage. Yet this was something he had made happen. If he had known earlier that this fellow had this kind of talent. So angry. King Kong ferociously hammered his chest, feeling incomparable grief. It was at this moment that the inner door of the shop opened suddenly. A youngster appeared in Wind Pavilion. Weird. These 2 days I was a bit busy with personal matters in real life and had no time to manage the shop. So why has the performance increased instead? He was the very owner of this shop, Windjunter. Yo, King Kong is here as well. Haha, you can't be the one bringing traffic to my shop, right? Windjunter sneered. He felt bitter within. Oh, right, there's still 7 days left for our practice period, right? 1 month's business volume. Let's see who will ultimately get first place. I originally thought there was no chance to surpass you. Unexpectedly, these 2 days, my performance has increased and caught up to you in such a short time. Seems like my luck is not bad. Windjunter laughed heartily. King Kong's heart ached. King Kong sneered and left. Windjunter was confused. Weird, this King Kong bastard was normally unbridled to the skies. Even after losing, he would not own up to it. Why was he so timid today? Obviously, Windjunter did not know that those words of his earlier had shot right into King Kong's sore spot. His increased performance was really related to King Kong. At the same time, King Kong returned to his own shop, and finally, his breathing smoothed out. Too heart-aching. Every single word that bastard had said was smashing upon his heart. Every single needle pierced straight through, causing blood to flow. Damn it, if he had known earlier that damnable gene producer had this ability. Fine, he wouldn't be bothered with him anymore. King Kong clenched his teeth. He could only ask for his elder sister's help. If she were to only anonymously assign sales here, it should not be considered as cheating. Damnable Wind Pavilion, I will let you be unbridled for 2 days, King Kong thought hatefully. Gold City. Chen Feng was producing genes within his rented room. He had been producing peak property gene reagents like crazy these 2 days. The luck values that had been saved the previous few days were almost used up. He made quite a lot of money from the sales as well, but it was still far from enough to purchase a second formula. A labor type gene formula's starting price is 10,000. A combat type gene formula's starting price is 1 million. Chen Feng's heart was aching. The money he had accumulated these 2 days was not enough for even a single formula. The fact was that, even for a peak property lumber bear gene, the net profit would only be 5,500 yuan. After selling 20 of those, he had only made 110,000 yuan, far from a combat gene's price of 1 million. I need to think of a method to earn more money. To hunt another mutated shark? Chen Feng thought about it for a while before giving up this death-courting idea. Him killing that mutated shark was purely a fluke. That fellow's strength was very dreadful. Him being able to kill the mutated black sea shark was due to him being within its body. If he wanted to kill that kind of freak again, he needed to be swallowed first. Ugh. That fellow was a spiritual type mutated beast. The moment he was swallowed, his consciousness and soul would be directly destroyed. The body's original owner seemed to have died this way, thus allowing Chen Feng to transmigrate here. Chen Feng did not doubt that if he were to once again meet such a thing, he would undoubtedly die. My combat power is still too weak for now, I can't rely on it. Chen Feng shook his head before ultimately deciding to continue with lumber bear gene production. However, when Chen Feng was done hurrying up this batch of genes and was selling them, he noticed that a lumber bear gene was displayed in the glass shelf beside him. The price had actually reached an amount of 20,000. Is this guy crazy, selling it for so much? Somewhat curious, Chen Feng went over to take a look and was immediately astonished. Name, lumber bear gene, increase. Attribute, strength, 3 points. Physique, 3 points. Ability, lumber bear's wrath. Increased strength by 10 points for 20 seconds. 60 seconds cooldown. Type, mutated. Selling price, 20,000 yuan. Mutated? Chen Feng was shocked. What the hell was this? Only after checking online did he understand. Mutated genes were a type of special product that had a small probability of appearing during gene production. During gene reactions, under catalysis of a few genes, there was a possibility for the lumber bear recessive gene to mutate into a mutated lumber bear gene. This was the basics of mutation. An outstanding gene was referring to the attributes being higher than an ordinary gene. As for a mutated gene, it was due to the gene's ability to transform. For example, mutated lumber bear gene. A normal lumber bear gene's ability was, increased strength by 10 points for 10 seconds, 60-second cooldown. A lumber bear gene, increase would increase the duration from 10 seconds to 20 seconds. A lumber bear gene, reduce would reduce the cooldown period from 60 seconds to 30 seconds. Regardless of the type, a mutated gene was worth much more than an ordinary gene. This was the greatness of a mutated gene. Mutation. Chen Feng was enticed. He currently extremely lacked money. If he were to produce mutated genes, does the mutation occur during the gene reaction stage? Chen Feng suddenly understood. He finally understood the reason for gene production being separated into 3 stages. First stage, gene search, affecting the gene's attributes. Second stage, gene reaction, affecting the gene's mutation. Third stage, gene fusion, affecting the gene's success rate. For Chen Feng, he had tried using luck aura on the first and third stage before. Only 1 point of luck value was required to reach perfection. What about the second stage? How would I know without trying? Chen Feng licked his dry lips and started gene production once again. First stage, completed. Second stage, luck aura activated. What appeared before Chen Feng after the gene reaction was somewhat different than previous times. To be accurate, the color was deeper. Third stage, gene fusion. The gene reagent changed into a deep blue color. Production success. Chen Feng subconsciously checked his stats first. Luck aura reduced by 2 points. Really used up 2 points. Chen Feng was not alarmed and was delighted instead. Did that not mean whoosh? He scanned with the gene detector. Mutated lumber bear gene. Basic attributes: strength, 3 points; physique, 3 points. Genetic ability: lumber bear's wrath. Increased strength by 10% for 10 seconds, 60-second cooldown. Dash. Mutated. It really mutated. He had spent 2 points of luck value, 1 point to get high attribute and another point for the mutation to occur, and produced the most perfect gene. But it seemed like something was wrong somewhere. What on earth was this 10%? Chen Feng was dazed for a long time. This wasn't correct. Even if it were to mutate, shouldn't the change be duration or cooldown period? He never heard that the lumber bear gene had a third mutation. What the heck was this? Chen Feng was somewhat stupefied. He entered the virtual community quickly. Chen Feng opened the virtual light screen and started filtering the categories into lumber bear gene, mutated. Shwa. A layer of new data appeared. Lumber bear gene, increase, 20,000 yuan, sold out. Lumber bear gene, reduce, 20,000 yuan, sold out. For a single mutation, the lumber bear gene's prices were increased by tenfold. The lumber bear gene's original price of 5,000 yuan could actually reach this extremely expensive 20,000. However, what caused Chen Feng to feel a ball-breaking pain was that, even in the virtual community, he could not find any information on the lumber bear gene having a third mutation. A genetic ability was able to be increased through training. The lumber bear gene's upper bound should be 10 levels. Level 1 lumber bear gene, 10-point increase. Level 2 lumber bear gene, 20-point increase. Level 10 lumber bear gene, 100-point increase. Then what about this percentage of his? 10% increase on level 1, that meant to 100% increase on level 10. Sounds great, right? Almost a tenfold increase. These stats in percentage form would definitely be invaluable for combat genes. As for a labor type gene, for a normal person, their original 20 points of strength would be increased by 2 points after a 10% increase. How many points could a peak attribute even have? 100% was far worthless compared to 100 points. Since they chose a labor type gene, their strength attributes were definitely low. Hence, would this thing sell? Chen Feng doubted it. Even after spending half a day checking online, he did not find any relevant information. Chen Feng guessed that the concealed probability of 1 in 10 million had been forcefully uncovered by the luck aura. Whether it was a good or bad thing, Chen Feng was unsure. However, he found a solution shortly. The reason the virtual community was so popular was not merely due to it having a business district, entertainment, performance, courses, whatever you could think of, the virtual community had it all. Chen Feng directly purchased a few gene producers' consultation services. However, what surprised him was that even a high-level gene producer did not know much about this lumber bear gene. I have not researched it for a long time. The possibility of a third mutation happening? There is a possibility of it happening. It might also not exist. I am not really sure. If you are really interested, perhaps there is one who knows about it. Gene producers were normally rather rigid. Thus, they would not dare to confirm things they were uncertain with. They did, however, recommended a person to Chen Feng. High-level gene producer, Tao Hongkai. This great master once wrote the complete guide of lumber bear gene production and became well known through it. He was the first gene producer to write out a book containing comprehensive knowledge of the lumber bear gene's production and was extremely loved among the low-level gene producers. Numerous beginner gene producers had his name on their teaching materials. Professor Tao. Chen Feng contemplated. The first lumber bear gene production guide he read had this great master's name on it as well. This great master just happened to have a virtual class tonight. He might be able to dispel Chen Feng's doubts. Nighttime. Chen Feng paid the fee of 100 yuan and directly entered the virtual classroom. Inside, it was already fully seated with a crowd and was bustling with activity. By eyeballing it, the crowd amounted to 100 people. This was the benefit of a virtual classroom. Regardless of how many people were attending the class, you would not feel crowded. At 8 p.m. sharp, a silhouette of light flickered and Professor Tao appeared. He was an elderly person with somewhat grizzled hair. Although people's appearances were much younger with the advent of the era of genes, Professor Tao was already around 50 to 60 years old. Dear students, let me talk about the lumber bear gene. Professor Tao did not speak anything nonsensical, instead starting the lecture immediately. However, these problems were something that were not different from what Chen Feng had seen online. He did not purposely come here just to see Professor Tao read from the textbook. As he thought of this, Chen Feng intuitively raised his hand. This student Is there a question? Professor Tao smiled. Professor Tao, I wanted to ask if there is a possibility for the lumber bear gene to have a third type of mutation. Chen Feng spoke directly. Third type? Professor Tao frowned. Yes. Chen Feng nodded his head and said with a deep voice, lumber bear's wrath, increased strength by 10 points for 10 seconds. 60-second cooldown. There are three crucial numbers here. Since duration and cooldown period have a possibility of a mutation happening, could a mutation happen to the 10 points of strength? Impossible, Professor Tao firmly denied. Why? Chen Feng was somewhat doubtful. Was it due to the lumber bear gene's internal structure? However, what left him astonished was Professor Tao not directly answering him and instead impatiently stating, impossible means impossible. I have produced a higher number of mutated lumber bear genes than the number of all the genes that you have seen. Yet, I have never seen the strength mutation that you mentioned. Oh, Chen Feng paused. I was only talking about its possibility. There is no such possibility. Student, you are here to attend a class. There are 1,000 students here. Every second you waste is equivalent to 1,000 seconds. Every 10 seconds you waste are equivalent to a whole session wasted just like this. What right do you have to waste everyone's time and money? Professor Tao said righteously. Chen Feng had a stupefied expression on his face. There was no other reason. It was because the way this fellow calculated time was exactly the same as the high school teacher in charge during his previous life. This was how your family calculated time. To have the concept twisted to such an extent, in this aspect at least he could be considered as outstanding. However, Professor Tao still hadn't answered Chen Feng's question. Just sit down. Someone beside Chen Feng suddenly pulled him down. Chen Feng looked at the person oddly. Stop asking. You won't be able to get any results. That person laughed in a mischievous way. Professor Tao has been relying on the lumber bear gene his whole life. His only accomplishment in life is the lumber bear gene guide he wrote back then. And within the guide, it was clearly mentioned that the lumber bear gene only has 2 types of possible mutations. And you now come and ask him this question? Isn't this akin to overturning his only achievement? How is it possible for him to answer you? That person smiled. Even though I also do not believe that the lumber bear gene has another mutation, your seriousness in learning is something I greatly approve of. That person introduced himself. Let me introduce myself. I am Mu Yuan, a beginner gene producer. Chen Feng, a beginner gene producer. Chen Feng nodded and gestured. Those things you told me, I know about them. However, Professor Tao is, after all, someone who has been researching the lumber bear gene his whole life. He should at least know more than others. Whole life? Mu Yuan laughed involuntarily and said in a low voice, he. From what I know, back then he researched for a year and gave up on lumber bear gene research after noticing that he hadn't made any progress. However, he did not manage to accomplish anything else either. Hence, he started to conduct a class every once in a while to earn some extra income. Oh yeah, the contents of his classes were always those that were already publicly available online. If not for my course assignment making attending this class compulsory, I wouldn't bother coming. Mu Yuan sneered. So this was the way things were? He was somewhat regretful. He had thought that he would be able to find the origin of the lumber bear gene's mutation. Right at this moment, Chen Feng felt a lot of eyes looking weirdly at him. Subsequently, Professor Tao's voice could be heard. Youngsters nowadays, don't bite off more than you can chew. Just a rookie, yet you've started having a wild imagination and talking about a mutation that is fundamentally impossible. What kind of mutation do you want a labor type gene such as the lumber bear gene to have? You are so great that you can let a lumber bear gene mutate out a wing and bring you to the heavens? Professor Tao stated faintly. Everyone broke into hearty laughter. After a long time, Professor Tao started his lecture again, and they stopped looking Chen Feng's way. This guy. Chen Feng frowned. Cold light flashed through Mu Yuan's eyes. True enough, he is still behaving this way. You knew him? Chen Feng could hear some underlying meaning. Back when the lumber bear gene was new, my grandfather also wrote a lumber bear gene research paper. In order to guarantee the information's correctness, my grandfather conducted a lot of research to prove his hypothesis and was somewhat slower than this fellow who had directly released a research result filled with loopholes to grab the title of the first issuer of the research. Afterward, when my grandfather released his research, no one was interested in it. If it was only like this, It would have been fine. What was most vexing was that this bastard subsequently copied my grandfather's research for a second amendment and released his research once again. This was the reason the complete version of the guide exists nowadays. Within the guide, 80% of the information was obtained from my grandfather. Too bad my grandfather back then was not a gene producer with a bigger reputation, Mu Yuan stated regretfully. So this was what happened. Chen Feng was enlightened. At the same time, he was also somewhat disappointed, not able to find the origin for the lumber bear gene's mutation and instead getting a clear look at what type of person this grandmaster here was. However, should I face slap right here? Mu Yuan was suddenly excited. To be honest, I originally thought that you were randomly asking. However, looking at your style of doing things, I suspect that you have already produced the gene with the third type of mutation. Hee. If you question or publish your mutated gene at this time, things would be interesting. Chen Feng laughed involuntarily. He faintly refused. You think too much. All right. Mu Yuan shrugged without care. Leave me your contact details. I feel like we have a lot in common. Oh, right. If you really have any problems during your research studies, I suggest you go to the Virtual Communities Learning Forum. There are a lot of grandmasters there. Learning Forum. Chen Feng remembered it. This class continued for a long time. During the latter part, Chen Feng was also seriously listening. However, he did not get any useful knowledge from it. After class, Chen Feng went to the Virtual Communities Learning Forum. XX genes research and production, thoughts, 20 genes mutation probability, etc. He could see various kinds of discussion threads. Even through the light screen, Chen Feng was able to feel the enthusiastic discussion atmosphere. A smile formed at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth. This was what he was looking for. Was there a possibility for the lumber bear gene to have a third mutation? Chen Feng quickly posted his doubts. The learning forum was bustling, so replies started coming after a short while. Chen Feng started seriously reading the replies as a lot of people started contributing their thoughts. Genes sudden change, genes growth, etc. Many people started to explore the question from various angles. Chen Feng was also researching seriously. At this moment, Professor Tao had just finished his meal after returning home. During the meal, he was busy berating in front of his family how the students nowadays had no manners, were not sensible, were biting off more than one can chew, and wanted to mutate out a wing to bring them to the heavens, to the point where he didn't even notice the impatience on his son's face. Father, how long have you been past your prime? Tao Lejun stated unhappily. Past what prime? Professor Tao rebuked. My popularity is still high. The wristband's vibration interrupted Professor Tao's sentence. Professor Tao looked at it and smiled immediately. There were unexpectedly a lot of people that were tagging his name on the learning forum. Look at this. I have only been away for a while, yet there's already so many people inviting me to answer their questions. The learning forum still cannot do without me. Your father still has some reputation. Let me take a look. Tao Lejun curiously came over. Whoosh. Learning forum loaded and the light screen appeared. Is there a possibility for the lumber bear gene to have a third mutation? Tao Lejun blanked momentarily before showing a strange expression. Isn't this the impossible thing that you mentioned earlier? They are discussing this. Immediately, Professor Tao had an unsightly expression. Possibility of a third mutation? He vaguely guessed something. As he opened the thread, it was really that question. Bastard. Professor Tao started scolding. How can this be so? Students nowadays are really not engaging in any honest work. I had clearly told him it was impossible for a third mutation to happen. He actually did not trust me and started asking this kind of question at the learning forum. This is totally looking for sensationalism. Father. Tao Lejun was speechless. He probably only wants to rigorously study this for a bit. Rigorous my fart. This type of gene needs to be rigorously studied. Professor Tao angrily rebuked. Was the guide I wrote not comprehensive enough about the lumber bear gene? Students nowadays are going insane from wanting to be popular. Very well. You want to be popular, right? Professor Tao sneered endlessly. Currently, Chen Feng was seriously looking over everyone's answers. Although his question had not been answered, he couldn't deny that, with the ideas from fellow online friends, a lot of distinct trains of thought were provided to Chen Feng. He benefited greatly. However, due to this question being something related to the lumber bear gene, a lot of people started to tag Professor Tao. This caused Chen Feng to frown. However, he wasn't too bothered with it. Chen Feng thought that, with Professor Tao's identity and status, he wouldn't be so bored as to come here and create trouble. right? However, shortly, a reply was quickly upvoted to the top by a lot of people. Chen Feng glanced at it and the smile on his face immediately vanished. A faint cold light appeared in that pair of eyes that were usually tranquil. Professor Tao, Indeed, this was precisely Professor Tao's answer. I thought that there were some new findings. Who would have thought that it was actually this question? I forgot to tell everyone. This fellow student is a member of my class. When he asked this question previously, I already explained to him in detail. I told him it is impossible. I did not expect him to actually come and inquire here. I feel like this person is not a genuine scholar and is here to create a disturbance instead, raising an impossible possibility and watching on as everyone wastes their time discussing. He himself, on the other hand, is sitting high above, tricking everyone, like getting a monkey to perform tricks, gaining some fame for himself. I suggest that everyone ignore this kind of person. Undersigned, Professor Tao. A lot of people immediately felt enlightened after seeing this. So it's actually like this. Professor Tao already answered this question. The original poster did not mention this at all. True. Since there's already an answer, why is he still asking here? Seeking sensationalism. Maybe this person has an ulterior motive. Some people answered. Soon, the latter posts in the thread were all derailed from the original question. I caught a glimpse of Professor Tao, Professor Tao's follower here. My first gene formula was the lumber bear gene. Until now, I'm still Professor Tao's fan. Professor Tao appeared. This thread is concluded. All sorts of opinions started appearing. Some people even started scolding Chen Feng. The whole thread was totally derailed. Chen Feng calmly continued reading on. His expression did not change, yet a cold radiance had appeared in his eyes. He was rarely angered. The immensely unlucky previous life of his let Chen Feng be full of optimism in his current life. No matter what, he would be able to handle it calmly and remain optimistic. However, this did not mean that he was someone easily bullied. The other meaning of a rarely angered person was that, once he was truly angered, his anger couldn't be neglected. Professor Tao. Chen Feng suddenly smiled. He didn't care if Professor Tao were to nag at him for a bit. However, nobody was seriously answering the question in his thread now due to these words of Professor Tao's. Earlier, Chen Feng was able to get inspiration from the mystical thoughts of some people on the forum. A lot of the contents were immensely helpful to him. However, it was all gone now. You are courting death, Chen Feng said faintly. He had decided to teach this Professor Tao lesson. Starting a thread to leak the mutated gene reagent? It was totally unnecessary. Providing proof through a thread could only give Professor Tao some shame. That was pointless. What Chen Feng wanted was more than this. For example, money. Then, let's do it this way, Chen Feng decided in his heart. Next day, Professor Tao woke up early in the morning, feeling good and refreshed. A certain ignorant youngster had tried to provoke him yesterday and was criticized by the knowledgeable and experienced people of the learning forum to the point of having cuts and bruises all over. Now, he did not even dare to show himself anymore. The majority of people are still sensible enough to make the correct choice. Professor Tao felt refreshed all over every time he thought of this. Lumber bear gene, possibility of a third mutation? Were you purposely toying with me? Professor Tao thought disdainfully. However, right at this moment, an assistant ran over in a panic. His expression was ugly to the point of crying. Professor, not good. A new mutated lumber bear gene is being sold at the virtual community's business district. What? Professor Tao frowned. New mutated lumber bear gene? How was this possible? An ominous feeling appeared in his heart as Professor Tao followed his assistant and entered the virtual community. As he saw the gene being sold at the business district, his face paled immediately. Lumber bear gene. Basic attributes: strength, 3 points; physique, 3 points. Genetic ability: lumber bear's wrath. Increased strength by 10% for 10 seconds, 60-second cooldown. Selling price: 99,999 yuan. Strength mutation? Professor Tao was stupefied. It really appeared. Yesterday, he was still madly saying that it was impossible for a strength mutation to appear. Yet today, just like that, it had gloriously appeared at the business district. Furthermore, it was listed at the top of the list. At this moment, others had also discovered this issue. That's right. The reason for that was because, as long as anyone searched for lumber bear gene, they would be able to see that there was a gene placed high on top, surpassing all similar types of lumber bear genes. As long as you tapped on it to take a look, you would notice that astonishing genetic ability of its absolutely unprecedented in history. A special gene that increased strength with a percentage as its unit of measurement. At the same time, at the Learning Forum, some people had noticed this and started replying on a thread. The lumber bear gene's screenshot had even appeared on Chen Feng's thread. Third gene mutation appeared unexpectedly at a certain gene shop. It's great to see this good news. Where are those people that questioned the original poster yesterday? Ha ha ha, camping for Professor Tao's appearance. A lot of people started getting excited. Without a doubt, the mutated lumber bear gene Chen Feng had assigned for sale had attracted a lot of attention. Even at this small area, it was enough to cause a sensation. However, what he did not know was that, apart from Professor Tao, there was another person who was also in distress, and that was King Kong. At the Wind Pavilion, King Kong was looking at the extremely expensive mutated lumber bear gene in a daze before looking at the combat genes that he got his sister to sell anonymously at his shop after begging everywhere. His face was pale. To be pushed downward again, the combat genes he had painstakingly gotten were actually pushed downward with a single mutated labor type gene. Why? That guy from the Wind Pavilion was totally absent these 2 days. After discovering that his absence would increase the performance of his shop, that bastard never returned. Yet, his performance really did grow. Why? Student King Kong felt extremely wronged. Yet when he thought of the person assigning the mutated gene for sale, King Kong became listless like an eggplant after snow. That person again. That rookie gene producer that he had jeered at. He never thought that, in a few days' time, that guy had upgraded from producing normal genes to producing peak attribute genes and then upgraded yet again into producing mutated genes. Furthermore, that damnable mutated gene was something that had created history, a never-before-seen third mutation. Oh God! What kind of abominable person had he previously chased away? At this time, whoosh! The combat genes that his shop was selling were purchased at a high price of 50,000. King Kong's eyes flashed. Right, what should I be afraid of? The set price and the actual sale of it are different matters. That mutated gene is comparable to a combat gene. However, even a combat gene only costs a few tens of thousands. Based on King Kong's evaluation, this lumber bear gene was worth 30,000 at most. One needed to know that even other genes with similar abilities would only cost 20,000. 99,999? Was it posted to amuse people? It was his shop that was instead selling the most popular combat genes. He did not need to be afraid of that lumber bear gene that would not sell. As he thought of this, King Kong was spirited again. Merely a producer, your father. Before he even managed to finish his usual slogan, King Kong was suddenly stunned. He looked blankly before him, as just short while ago, a silhouette had walked past beside him. And then, that gene in the Wind Pavilion was bought. 99,999. Sold just like that. King Kong was stunned. An idiot that spent his money to buy such an overpriced gene actually existed. He really couldn't understand. 99,999 yuan could totally be used to buy a rather good combat gene. Was he sick? Had the world gone crazy? King Kong did not know. However, he felt really terrible, because the producer that produced this extremely expensive gene was someone he had purposely chased over to his rival's place. Every time he thought of this, his heart ached to the point where he couldn't breathe. Why would things be like this? King Kong had a stupid expression on his face. He felt like, since he met that gene producer, his worldview started collapsing. However, he did not know that Chen Feng was similarly stupefied as well. It sold. Chen Feng was surprised. Truly surprised. He had only posted it to face-slap Professor Tao to let him see that, in this world, the third mutation for the lumber bear gene really existed. To let him start facing reality. However, for it to really sell, it was something he had never expected, as the price he had set was really expensive. Very expensive. In this world, there are really so many big spenders? Chen Feng muttered. With 50,000 yuan, one could buy a much better combat gene. There was only one reason for the buyer to be so generous. It was to study this gene's composition. Through this, one could figure out where this so-called third mutation came from. That was very possible. Chen Feng guessed in his heart. However, even if he had his guesses, what happened next totally stunned him. He had never thought that, in this world, a person's face could be thick to such an extent. Firstly, his thread on the learning forum was deleted. This was a very rare thing. One needed to know that the learning forum had a very deep background. Unless someone violated the rules or infringed on any rights, threads were rarely deleted. Chen Feng's thread was not related to either violation, yet it was deleted. It would be weird if no trickery was involved in it. Secondly, a lot of people started discussing the topic of is there a possibility for the lumber bear gene to have a third mutation? And started to tag Professor Tao to provide explanations on this topic. Professor Tao seriously replied, if a small probability can be considered, then it is still possible. Chen Feng roughly swept through and noted that there were at least 10 similar threads. What was the situation? Chen Feng was unable to understand it. After that, at night, a news that truly alarmed Chen Feng appeared. Well-known gene producer Grandmaster Professor Tao announced, lumber bear third gene mutation might exist. Furthermore, initial success had been obtained and a deeper level of research was currently being performed. The moment the news was released, the media was sensationalized. What was the lumber bear gene? It was something almost everyone knew, and also the most highly used labor type gene. Hence, even though Professor Tao had no other achievements, he had still been able to profit off providing lessons on the lumber bear gene for his whole life. And now, Professor Tao declared that a third mutation was found. Everyone was excited. In the forums, participants of the previous discussion started threads to question Professor Tao. However, they were all deleted. Every single time, it was deleted. These discussions could not be seen from the front page at all. Furthermore, how many participants were there in yesterday's discussion? How many fans did Professor Tao have? They were totally not on the same level. Therefore, the questionings of Professor Tao were quickly flooded amongst all the praises. He actually dared. Chen Feng was stupefied. Really? He had never thought a person's face could be thick to such an extent. This was no longer angling for fame one. It was instead swallowing up Chen Feng's achievement under broad daylight. But then, had he never thought that this would be exposed? That thing was, after all, not something that he had produced. Regardless of how one thought of it, doing this was simply too risky. A magnificent Grandmaster producer's IQ was so low. And at this moment, within the school's laboratory, a faint blue radiance flickered. Under the experiment equipment, Professor Tao's tranquil appearance appeared. Beside him, the assistant was cautiously and solemnly analyzing the data together with him. The gene accessing tool was flickering without stop. Within, 2 lumber bear gene reagents were placed. Analysis successful. Gene assessment successful. After cross-comparing the data, exceptions were found and analyzed. Analysis completed. Whoosh. The screen flickered. Brand new data appeared. Sure enough, Professor Tao was exalted. Was he stupid? Of course he was not stupid. So many people had produced lumber bear genes back then, but he was the only one to become well known. It couldn't be that the others did not produce any research guides, right? Yet they were all defeated by him. And now that the third mutation had appeared, after the initial panic, Professor Tao knew that his second spring had arrived. To steal. Getting found out? How was that possible? If this special mutation could appear so easily, it would have appeared long ago. The only reason it hadn't appeared had to be due to the probability being very low. Indeed, he found out after researching it. A gene returning to its roots. This was a gene returning to its roots. Ha. Professor Tao was in ecstasy. A special recessive gene was hidden within the lumber bear's blood essence. This originated from its ancestor, the Grand Thunder Bear's bloodline gene. After years of dilution, this bloodline was already pitifully few in number. Even the gene fragment would only appear after catalyzing the gene reactions. And the probability, 1 in 100 million. A probability so low it made one's hair stand up in despair. What a wonderful probability. No matter how one looked at it, this was a type of probability that would only appear due to coincidence. To be honest, the lumber bear gene had been in production for so many years, with mutated genes appearing daily. It was about time for this mutation to be discovered. And this wonderful single appearance had been grasped by him. Ha. If that fellow were to take it out and directly question him, then that fellow might still have had some weight in his voice. He had actually sold it. Now that this thing was in his hands and he had even gotten result out of his research, who would dare to doubt him? On that night itself, Professor Tao released a thesis. Detailed analysis on the lumber bear gene's third mutation. It caused a small-scale sensation and Professor Tao's popularity increased greatly. In this age, News traveled fast. This piece of thesis by Professor Tao was still very skillfully prepared. Regardless of proving that the gene returned to its roots or swaying public opinion, it was very well done. At least when Chen Feng read it, he could finally be considered to have understood the reason for the mutation to appear. A gene returning to its roots. Chen Feng understood. So this was the reason. However, even though this was what the thesis said, the probability of one actually digging the recessive gene out was really too low. Hence, not many people could produce it. And the moment Chen Feng activated his luck aura, regardless of what the probability was, as long as it really existed, the luck aura would be able to dig it out. His wristband suddenly vibrated. A light screen popped up and a familiar smiling face appeared. Hey, Chen Feng. Hello, Mu Yuan. Chen Feng smiled. You are still able to smile? Mu Yuan rolled his eyes. Professor Tao, that fellow, has already swallowed your research result by force. You still underestimated the level of his shamelessness. Just a small matter, Chen Feng said lightly. He did not feel like he had made a loss, due to the 100,000 yuan he earned. You are so calm. Mu Yuan looked at how Chen Feng's expression was still so tranquil, then smiled bitterly and said, even if you don't care to let someone forcefully steal the result of your research, aren't you unhappy to not be able to vent despite being wronged? What do I need to be afraid of? Chen Feng laughed involuntarily. Some things can't be stolen. Oh? Mu Yuan was surprised. What idea do you have? If you need help, in any way, just let me know. I am extremely interested in dragging this kind of society's trash through the mud. It's fine. Chen Feng smiled. Since he bought it, wouldn't things be fine if I simply produce another? FCK, you can still produce more? Mu Yuan howled. He had never thought that Chen Feng's solution would be so simple. Wasn't it an uncommon occurrence for these rare mutations to happen? I originally couldn't. Chen Feng felt regretful. After looking at Professor Tao's thesis, I was enlightened and am able to produce it now. Mu Yuan observed 3 seconds of silence on behalf of Professor Tao. Footnotes 1. Angling for fame, a Chinese idiom. It means to obtain fame or reputation through dishonest methods. After ending the call, Chen Feng started his lumber bear gene research. To be honest, Professor Tao's thesis had really helped him greatly. After learning the theory behind it, Chen Feng was able to avoid a lot of mistakes and save a lot of luck values. Let's start. Chen Feng started the gene production skillfully, as smooth as flowing water and moving clouds. Whoosh! Gene production completed. It was at this moment that Chen Feng felt a fantastic warm current flowing within his body. His somewhat exhausted state of mind was actually recovered in a short while. Chen Feng scanned himself with the gene detector and was immediately amazed. Spirit increased. After that warm current, his originally pathetic 30 points of spirit actually became 31 points. It was forcefully increased by 1 point through countless gene productions. This actually increased. Gene production can also be considered as a type of spirit tempering method. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. Gene production was originally something that could only be performed by someone with a spirit type gene. From this, it was apparent that, after continuous days of bitter training, it was normal for his spirit to be increased. There's only 1 point, but it's still an unexpected profit after all. Chen Feng was gratified. However, he did not know that, if he were to speak these words to others, he would be beaten to death by others. Even though it was only 1 point of spiritual energy, was spiritual energy something easily increased? Even the original owner of this body was only able to increase it to 30 points from birth till now. After all, who could be successful every time? Who could get peak attribute every time? Who could easily produce mutated genes? Only Chen Feng. Whoosh! Gene scan. Familiar data appeared before him. Mutated lumber bear gene. Basic attributes. Strength, 3 points. Physique, 3 points. Genetic ability, lumber bear's wrath. Increased strength by 10% for 10 seconds. 60-second cooldown. Then, what should I do next? Chen Feng muttered in a low voice. To expose Professor Tao directly? How pointless was that? The previous profit of 90,000 was very enticing for him. At this thought, Chen Feng smiled playfully. Next day, Professor Tao woke up from a beautiful dream. After a few decades, he had finally welcomed the second spring of his career. The Professor Tao of today was no longer that outdated gene producer that was earning his keep through a piece of guide. Instead, he was someone who tempered hard for several decades before finally succeeding in his production. He liked this title. However, with the experience from the previous day, Professor Tao was somewhat careful and let his assistant continuously watch the business district attentively. It couldn't be denied that he did the right thing. After only a few minutes of excitement, his assistant's message was hastily transmitted to him. At that place called Wind Pavilion, a mutated gene had actually appeared again. What? Professor Tao's expression changed greatly. Another one appeared. Damn it. Wasn't the probability rate 1 in 100 million? That fellow's moral standing was actually this good one. If this was exposed by Professor Tao clenched his teeth. Nearly 100,000 yuan was quietly gone just like that. Due to the speed of Professor Tao's actions, almost no one noticed this. What gave Professor Tao a sense of relief was that this mutated gene did not continue appearing at the business district. Coincidence? Professor Tao went through one whole day trembling in fear and with his heart in a constant alarmed state. However, just as he woke up the next day, the assistant's message arrived hastily. That mutated gene had appeared again. Wind Pavilion again. How was this possible? Professor Tao's whole body felt ice cold. Wasn't it a 1 in 100 million chance? Wasn't it something that only had a very small probability of appearing? Even if a Grandmaster gene producer were to produce lumber bear genes all day long, the probability for a mutated gene to appear would still be very low. To have even one appearing would be considered quite good already. How was it possible for someone to continuously produce it 2 days in a row? Furthermore, it was the extremely rare third mutation. Hence, he was now faced with a question. To buy or not to buy, Professor? The assistant asked cautiously. Buy. Professor Tao sprawled on the ground powerlessly with a malevolent expression on his face. Buy. I refuse to believe that he can really keep producing it. I refuse to believe that he can still produce it tomorrow. Professor, the assistant said in a low voice, didn't you hear me telling you to buy it? Professor Tao had a malevolent look on his face. But the money is not enough, the assistant said, feeling wronged. Professor Tao's face darkened. He inhaled deeply and took out the remaining balance in his bank account. Even the funding rewarded by the Gene Production Association when he released the third mutation research 2 days ago was taken out. Once again, 100,000 yuan disappeared quietly just like that. Professor Tao stared in front of him looking bewildered. The students passing by were all looking at him with respect and admiration in their eyes. His heart, however, was incomparably ice cold. Was that gene truly finished? How long could he continue maintaining his honor? He was even somewhat scared of going to sleep. He was scared that the moment he woke up, he would receive that damnable message from his assistant again. After taking the wrong first step, all subsequent steps were wrong. He couldn't even turn around. At this moment, student Chen Feng suddenly received Mu Yuan's news. Chen Feng, where's your gene? Mu Yuan was somewhat doubtful. He had heard Chen Feng mention it so easily, so he thought that it would come out quickly. He didn't expect that after 2 days, he had not even seen a fur appear. He thought Chen Feng had agreed to make one more. It's sold, Chen Feng stated faintly. Mu Yuan had a stupefied expression on his face. Sold? To who? No idea. I assigned all of them at the shop, Chen Feng said faintly. Mu Yuan was stunned. Shit, don't scare me bro. This is your proof to reverse the situation and face slap Professor Tao. How can you sell it just like that? Wait, all? How many did you assign for sale? 2. 1 per day. Chen Feng smiled. 1 per day? Mu Yuan suddenly thought of something. What price did you set it at? 99,999, Chen Feng stated calmly. Hiss. Mu Yuan inhaled a mouthful of cold breath. Shit, so ruthless. He had always thought that Chen Feng's character was too soft. He did not expect this fellow's action to be much crueler than his. Annoying, this kind of soft knife too was even scarier. Professor Tao was probably feeling that living was comparable to death for the past few days, right? Furthermore, Chen Feng had also quietly fished out a large amount of money from this. This level of being outwardly kind but inwardly evil was something he couldn't compare with. I admire you, Mu Yuan exclaimed in admiration. No wonder everyone says that those who are outwardly cold or retiring but deep and passionate inside are the scariest. Was this a compliment? How long do you plan to drag it out? Mu Yuan asked. That depends on how long our old professor's finances can hold out for. Chen Feng smiled. 100,000 to buy 1 day's honor? It was worth it. Night passed quietly. The next day, Professor Tao saw that alarming message right after he woke up. That gene was on the shelf again. Exhaustion plastered all over Professor Tao's face with huge dark circles under his eyes. He hadn't rested for a few days. Every day, he was living in fear, afraid of being exposed, of all the praises turning into curses. He had lived his life trembling in fear these days. If I had known earlier that this would happen. Professor Tao was feeling endless regret. He did not dare to buy any more. He was now incomparably sure that the damnable fellow had grasped the technique to produce this kind of special mutation. Yet if he didn't buy it, he might lose all his honor. He was tortured by this kind of suffering, worrying about personal gains and losses to the point where he almost collapsed. "Father, I'm back." Professor Tao's son Tao Lejun returned early in the morning. "Little June, help your father," Professor Tao said in a panic, grabbing his son's hand. He knew that, based on his son's position and identity, he might be able to settle this matter for him. At this point, he couldn't be bothered with his dignity in front of his son. "Don't worry, no problem." Tao Lejun smiled. "Then it's good." Professor Tao was ashamed. He didn't expect himself to need to trouble his son in the end. "It's a trifle." Tao Lejun smiled and said, "Father, have your meal first. I'll go and settle this." Outside the door, Tao Lejun's expression became cold and detached. In this incident, his father was in the wrong. However, so what? Even if he was in the wrong, this was still his father. A mere salted fish would not be able to cause any waves. "Little Mew," Tao Lejun called, "deal with something for me." Footnotes 1. Implying that Chen Feng was a character with good moral standing, hence the good luck of his. 2. Soft knife, a way of harming people imperceptibly. Gold City. Chen Feng, who was preparing to produce gene reagents, paused as he looked at the information appearing on his wristband screen. The gene reagent that he had assigned a short while ago was actually sold again. Fourth time. Already got 400,000 from the sales. Chen Feng muttered to himself. Seemed like he had still underestimated Professor Tao's financial capability. Perhaps he could earn enough money for the second formula through this. Chen Feng felt absurd. Combat gene formulas were extremely expensive. He had been making preparations to purchase a combat gene formula, yet he did not expect to earn 400,000 through this method. "Professor Tao, how long could you last?" Chen Feng was curious. After a busy day, Chen Feng went to the neighborhood for his meal as usual. His lifestyle was really very simple and had remained the same these few days. Apart from leaving his house for his 3 meals per day at the neighborhood, he would usually spend his time in his rented house and researching gene production. Little Chen, morning. Early in the morning, Uncle Jiang's shop was already open for business. "Morning, Uncle Jiang." Chen Feng smiled. "I heard that you were not invited to that little girl Sujin's coming-of-age ceremony yesterday," Uncle Jiang asked suddenly. "Sujin? Who was that?" Chen Feng blanked momentarily before he suddenly recalled. "Oh, Sujin, a female student from their class. Like everyone else, during high school, a goddess that captivated everyone and caused everyone's hormone to excessively secrete would exist. And this person was evidently the one that the original owner was secretly in love with. However, the original owner knew himself very well. Knowing his status, he had always maintained a normal friendship with her. "You always mentioned that girl to Uncle Jiang in the past." Uncle Jiang suddenly sighed. "I originally thought that she would invite you. Unexpectedly, after you failed the examinations, this girl." Sigh. Chen Feng laughed involuntarily. He received a vast majority of the news regarding his schoolmates from Uncle Jiang. As for their attitude towards him, he was extremely satisfied. Truly, it would be truly inconvenient if these students were to maintain contact with him every day. It was sufficient for him to occasionally get some news from Uncle Jiang, fulfilling his obligation as a fellow schoolmate. "It's fine." Chen Feng smiled. "Uncle Jiang, I'm going to have my meal first. Talk later." "All right." Uncle Jiang was still feeling regretful. Chen Feng walked toward a nearby restaurant. Although there was only some simple fast food that tasted normal, it suited Chen Feng, since he did not want to waste his time. Chen Feng finished his meal in a few minutes and walked home with the gene materials. He did not want to waste too much time. Returning to the neighborhood, Chen Feng walked past a well-shaded alley, a place he was familiar with. Reaching the place where Wang had appeared last time, Chen Feng's steps paused and he stopped walking. His consciousness that had been on high alert for 20 years was giving him a bad feeling. The air was somewhat cold. Although it was well shaded here, it was the summer after all. This type of feeling, weird, Who's sending me messages again? Chen Feng muttered and casually played with his wristband. At this, he felt the chilly aura somewhat recede. Inwardly, he already had an idea. 1 step. 2 steps. Chen Feng played with his wristband as he walked slowly. He appeared to be checking the messages seriously while the chilly aura in his surroundings quietly enveloped him. 3 steps. 4 steps. Suddenly, whoosh, a dreadful shadow dashed out of the tree shade. Tree shade. Indeed. The tree shade. That dreadful shadow was actually concealed within the tree shade. If one did not have high vigilance, it would not be noticed at all. Even if it was noticed, one would still not know which angle the attack would be coming from. This was a mystical genetic ability that allowed one to blend into the shadows. It was extremely scary. At this moment, killing intent blossomed. And at this moment, Chen Feng was looking at his wristband with his head lowered. He seemed to have not noticed the movement behind him at all. The sudden incoming attack had chosen an extremely tricky angle. An ear-piercing sound could be heard, accompanied by a whistling sound. The sharp chilly glint came down with a speed so fast one couldn't catch up with it. However, just as the shadow was on the brink of killing Chen Feng, he accidentally saw what was on Chen Feng's wristband. A familiar-looking silhouette was shown on the screen. That silhouette was actually him. That wristband was actually recording. When had it started? Immediately, the shadow had an ominous feeling. A surging power burst out from the body of this person whom he did not care about at all. Whoosh! Blue light flickered. That was a blue-colored light blade. Under the sunshine, it glittered. Wind blade. The shadow was immediately relieved. It was actually this kind of trashy genetic ability. Although this kind of wind blade was still a spiritual attack, the attack power, on the other hand, was pitifully weak. At least to him. Whoosh! Another wind blade followed closely behind. The probability was triggered? The shadow thought. If it was only 2 wind blades, he wasn't really bothered. However, at that moment, another blue light flickered, followed by one after another. The shadow opened his eyes wide. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When a series of blue light burst out in front of him, he was scared stupid. What the heck was this? Wasn't the probability 5%? Block, block, block. The shadow managed to block the first few attacks, but he was pierced through by the latter light flashes. He was too near. Due to his absolute confidence in his strength, he had not noticed the terrifying hidden power of his opponent. The light blade pierced through. Blood spluttered about. Over 10 light blades pierced through the shadow's body. His eyes were wide open. Even now, he did not understand what damnable genetic ability those continuous light blades were. Tong. The shadow fell on the ground. Still not dead? Chen Feng felt a lingering fear as he thought of it. Under support of luck aura, the limit of 10 wind blades per second was unleashed. The continuous 30 wind blades was actually unable to kill this shadow. How strong was this fellow exactly? He had always been worried of this world's dangers, hence he never left home easily. Yet he was still sought out by others. Who sent you here? Chen Feng asked in a low voice. Suffering extreme pain, the shadow struggled. However, if he could see his eyes, Chen Feng would notice the flickering cold glint within. Within the shadow's mouth, a silver needle quietly appeared. After performing so many missions, as a professional assassin, he certainly had ways to handle all sort of circumstances. This included counterkill. As long as Chen Feng wished for him to stand up and answer the question, he would be able to release the silver needle from his mouth to kill with one attack. Actually, the shadow opened his mouth as a silvery light blossomed. Whoosh! A dreadful cold glint was emitted. The shadow's killing intent blossomed. Shwa! A bizarre blue-colored light blade appeared suddenly and hit the silver needle, skewing its direction. The shadow opened his eyes wide. He was actually prepared. How was this possible? Wasn't this a normal student? His methods. Endless light blades blossomed. There were no longer any movements on the body of the shadow that was sprawled on the ground. Dead? Only now did Chen Feng relax. His unlucky previous life had given him a habit of always being on high alert. When the shadow had collapsed earlier, the aura emitting from his body caused Chen Feng to feel an incomparable sense of danger. Hence, he prepared in advance. Although this was his first time killing someone, the expected after effects of killing someone where one vomited and felt dizzy did not appear. Seemed like everyone's physique differed to some extent. Chen Feng was incomparably calm instead. This was probably because he had already accepted the rules of this world. However, who was it that wanted him dead? Wang? Impossible. Chen Feng shook his head. Those words of his back then were to plant a thorn in Wang's heart. so that he would want to prevail over Chen Feng fair and square. Based on his understanding of Wang, that fellow would definitely personally come to kill Chen Feng after becoming strong. It would be even better if he could step on him in the public eye. This was more fitting with Wang's nature. To do it now, unlikely. Who could it be? Then, Chen Feng muttered to himself when he suddenly thought of something. Could it be? Now that a death had happened in the neighborhood, there were matters that needed to be handled no matter what. Chen Feng thought about it. He did not know many people here and most of them were only common citizens. The only one he could contact seemed to be Uncle Jiang. Uncle Jiang. Chen Feng contacted Uncle Jiang and roughly told him what had happened. After hearing it, Uncle Jiang reacted quickly. As he saw the shadow lying on the ground, he was incomparably amazed. You are the killer? Ah! Chen Feng scratched his head. Just as I returned, I noticed this person assassinating me. Good fellow, Uncle Jiang exclaimed in admiration. So you were actually doing well enough to qualify for getting assassinated? Normal citizens like us would not receive this kind of treatment our whole life. This point that he concentrated on seemed a bit off. Right? Haha. Just trying to lighten up the mood here. Uncle Jiang was also a carefree person. He smiled and flipped the corpse around. Shadow Gene, able to conceal within the shadows. A standard F-class assassin. No worries of getting dragged into a court case. The police will handle this. The most important problem now is when have you, kid, provoked these people? I'm not too clear as well. Chen Feng was feeling doubtful. I'll search a bit. Uncle Jiang opened the Shadow's wristband. Although this thing looks unreliable, it still couldn't escape from having a normal computer's operational method. For example, this custom-made data-saving chip. Uncle Jiang carefully nipped out a data-saving chip and entered it into his own gene detector. A huge amount of garbled characters flickered. Only a few words could be distinguished. Gene mutation. Apart from this, the others were all garbled characters. Seems like no useful information can be found. Uncle Jiang shook his head as he sighed. No, I already know who it is. Cold light flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. Although he had guessed it, now that he received confirmation, he still couldn't suppress the rage in his heart. This should be a person that I had provoked in the virtual community. I originally thought that it could be handled with regular methods. I did not expect him to be so vicious. This was the same as playing a game. Everyone was parking and fighting in the game and trolling in the world chat. Surprisingly, since the opponent couldn't defeat you, they found your home address based on your IP address and planned to stab you at your home. Now, Chen Feng was very angry. He was angry at himself. In the end, he had still underestimated the ruthlessness of this world. His requirements were really low. Since he lacked money now, as long as the opponent bought the reagents at a high price, this matter would be settled. Who cared about the title of third mutations researcher? Apart from Professor Tao, who else would consider this as the accomplishment of a lifetime? He was even prepared to make a deal. However, I have been neglectful. Chen Feng rubbed his head. However, what I'm more curious about is how they found me. He did not remember the virtual community having something like an IP address. It's some mysterious type genetic ability. At this time, Uncle Jiang stated, there are a myriad of gene mutations in this world. There are some abilities that have some peculiar uses due to the ability being somewhat unusual. For example, the black demonic eye gene. That's a peculiar gene originating from the black demonic beast. After gene fusion, one would be able to obtain its ability. Within 500 kilometers, nothing can be hidden. However, this kind of thing is usually used when searching for a criminal. Surprisingly, the opponent actually used it on you. After Uncle Jiang finished, Chen Feng could only smile forcefully. Don't worry. Although this ability is difficult to deal with, it has a lot of limitations as well. It's not something easily utilized. One needs to be at least D-class or above to use it, and the usage conditions are also quite harsh. Furthermore, it's not something unstoppable. There's a particular alloy that is able to easily block it off. Uncle Jiang smiled as he stated, oh, where can I buy that alloy? Chen Feng's eyes lit up. He did not want to be watched wherever he went. Wait a bit. Uncle Jiang searched himself for a short while and fished out a small tablet that looked like a coin. Here, this thing here. When you go back, just put a rope through it and wear it. Many thanks. Chen Feng took it. But then, Uncle Jiang, this thing must be very valuable. Voila. Uncle Jiang fished out a huge pile from his pockets. If it's not enough, I can still give you a few more. Just pretend he hadn't said those earlier words. Uncle Jiang, what did you do in the past? Chen Feng said curiously. In the original owner's memories, Uncle Jiang was a normal middle-aged uncle. Only after his transmigration had he noticed some details. To hell with middle-aged uncle. Your family's middle-aged uncle could take a wristband apart. Your family's middle-aged uncle knew how to perform anti-reconnaissance. Your family's middle-aged uncle could still joke around to lighten up the mood when facing a corpse. Nothing much. I was a soldier for 2 years and was expelled afterward. Uncle Jiang sighed endlessly. Chen Feng was immediately awed. Soldier. In this age, those able to become a soldier were definitely not weak. It seemed like Uncle Jiang was also a person with a story when young. However, since Uncle Jiang did not want to talk about it, Chen Feng did not ask too much. Kid, you go back first. Leave here to me. When the police arrive, I will settle it. It is still not suitable for you to show your face, Uncle Jiang said. Many thanks. Chen Feng was endlessly thankful. Since he knew that Uncle Jiang was a soldier, this kind of small matter shouldn't be an issue. He did not refuse and instead went home carrying the lumber bear gene. This kid really accepted the favor without a second thought. Uncle Jiang shook his head as he smiled. He felt somewhat gratified as he looked at the wounds on the corpse in detail. This kid seems to have many methods. Returning to his room, the smile on Chen Feng's face vanished. No matter what, he did not expect the person that sent the assassin to be Professor Tao. Something that could be originally settled with money would actually develop to such an extent. Was he brainless? Did he overestimate these people's IQ, or had he underestimated their methods? Chen Feng inhaled and calmed himself down. Since the opponent had declared war, he would not hold back anymore. As for assassination, he couldn't be bothered at all. Wang did it once. The Shadow did it once. They really thought it was so easy to assassinate him. With his high level of alertness combined with luck value, Chen Feng was sure that even if he couldn't win the fight, it still wouldn't be a problem for him to escape. This was, after all, still the urban district. They wouldn't dare to take any huge actions. You all wanted to play, right? Then let me have a nice game with you all. Chen Feng sneered. As Chen Feng looked at the draft of the thread in his mail that he had previously prepared, he paused and abruptly deleted the title. Since he wanted to sway the public opinion, a more sensational title was required. And this kind of title. Chen Feng smiled abruptly. He knew way too many of these. Late night on the same day, a lumber bear gene reagent was assigned for sale at 1 million at the virtual community's business district. It caused a sensation in the virtual community. Even the learning forum was affected. Countless people were awakened in the middle of the night. It appeared. The lumber bear gene's third mutation really appeared. Shit, it really exists. At this moment, a lot of people started to truly notice the existence of this thing. After all, it was bought straight away the previous few times before anyone had managed to see it. And now, madman. This is a madman. Professor Tao started scolding. To be awakened by his assistant at midnight, it was surprisingly due to this damnable mutated gene again. That fellow actually increased the price by tenfold. Did he really treat him as a rich guy waiting for slaughter? Even he did not have so much money. The only thing that caused him to be gratified was the fact that even in such circumstances, he still had a lot of supporters at the learning forum. Professor Tao's prediction was actually correct. He's really great. Yeah, nobody dared to think in this direction at all. Everyone was sighing in contemplation. However, a lot of people remained doubtful as well. And it was at this extremely sensitive moment that a single thread caused the whole learning forum to immediately explode. It stunned everyone. It was not only due to the content within. There was also the atrocious title. Shocking. After reading, a man would turn taciturn while a woman would shed tears. The truth of the lumber bear gene's third mutation was actually, damn. This title is somewhat scary. Did something big happen? Everyone opened the thread curiously and was immediately stunned. In the thread, it was described in detail how things began with a gene producer consulting Professor Tao about the third mutation and getting himself angrily rebuked. Yet when he assigned the gene for sale as a means of proving his innocence, it ended up getting stolen by Professor Tao as his own result, who then released it, etc. Finally, the gene that was recently put on sale was even highlighted as a declaration of war. Professor Tao, 1 million. Can you still afford it? This thread had lit up. Totally lit up. Even the learning forum did not dare to delete it anymore. Because there were too many replies. Because of the gene worth 1 million. Because of this surprising title, this thread was unimaginably hot. There's actually such a matter? Damn. Professor Tao overdid it. Although the content is correct, I don't know why I still feel like beating this fellow up. This thread's title was too much of a clickbait, right? Feel like beating someone +1. Countless people started discussing spiritedly. However, Professor Tao was able to quickly retort. Although he was greedy, he was not stupid. He was able to find the weak point in a short while. Someone was able to produce a mutated reagent by fluke and wanted to become popular by discrediting me, setting the price at 1 million to create a marketing effect. This is a total publicity stunt. I hereby beseech everyone not to purchase his gene reagent and let him profit from this. Countless people liked the post immediately. After all, Professor Tao's reputation at the Learning Forum was not something a random username can discredit. Who dares to open a new account to discredit the professor? Yeah, this is obviously fame-seeking. With his understanding of the lumber bear gene, does Professor Tao still need to steal the results of others? What a joke. Supporting the professor. However, just as this piece of news was getting hot, another thread appeared. Unexpected appearance of another mutated lumber bear gene at the business district, still selling at the staggering price of 1 million yuan. Those praising Professor Tao abruptly laid down their flags and stilled their drums. Fluke? Could 2 times in a row be a fluke? After all, in Professor Tao's guide, it was written that the probability was 1 in 100 million. In response, Professor Tao reacted immediately. He directly posted the 4 gene reagents he had and highlighted the research results. 1 in 100 million was the initial result of my research. Changes will definitely occur as the research progresses. What can posting 2 gene reagents at the business district prove? I still have 4 of them here. Perhaps some friends out there managed to produce some mutated genes due to my research paper. But this doesn't mean that you can smear me. Professor Tao finished his writings righteously. The public opinion was swayed once again. Is it over? Professor Tao was already drenched in sweat. This matter should end with this. With these words, no matter how many gene reagents his opponent posted, it would not be able to change the results. However, with this fiasco, he had still left too many weak points and regrets behind. This way, it could be considered as the whole thing turning out to be the best out of the worst, right? Professor Tao smiled bitterly. The matter had not calmed down for long before the Learning Forum started bustling again. Even Professor Tao's communication tool was buzzing without stop. As he subconsciously glanced at it, his face paled. Something bad had happened. He didn't know why. But some people who had participated in the discussion in Chen Feng's original thread started popping out. This matter is actually very simple. As long as the Learning Forum publicized the deleted thread, wouldn't things be clear? Yeah, how simple. I answered questions there before. It was really deleted by the Learning Forum +1. Professor Tao had clearly answered that it was impossible back then. On what basis did the forum delete the thread? The Learning Forum can defend a gene producer's rights. However, this doesn't mean that they can act as an accomplice to the Tiger One. They must make public the deleted thread to prove their innocence. Back then, it was deleted due to Professor Tao's report. Now that Professor Tao is the one infringing on the rights of someone else, shouldn't Professor Tao be deleted to return the other person's innocence? A lot of people started protesting at the Learning Forum. Countless lurkers started appearing and expressing their attention on this incident. Also included among these lurkers were a lot of genuine grandmasters stealing a research result. This incident had become something extremely serious. I'm finished. Professor Tao was sweating like it was raining. He knew that he would be finished the moment that thread was exposed. What should he do? Oh, right, son. Little June. Professor Tao frantically called Tao Lejun over. You have a certain level of influence at the Learning Forum due to your identity. This matter must be covered up. As long as the Learning Forum does not expose that incident, there won't be any problems. At most, those people will only be scolding online. When time goes on, this matter will settle down after being ignored. Professor Tao was sweating all over. Understood. Tao Lejun nodded slightly. However, he was inwardly puzzled. The assassin he had sent had disappeared. And now, when he hired someone else to trace that person, he could no longer be traced. Was the one his father had offended really an ordinary person? He was somewhat anxious. You must hold the ground. Professor Tao wiped his sweat. Since that fellow can get the formula through research, I can do the same. As long as I manage to get the formula through research in a few days' time, I can recover my reputation. I have 4 mutated gene reagents in my hands. I will definitely get some results by comparing them with normal reagents. Professor Tao started his research immediately. However, before he even started making any headway, More explosive news exploded on the internet. Wind Pavilion. The gene shop's owner actually came out. He had no other choice. The 2 assignments of genes worth 1 million each and that terrifying service charge had immediately awakened him. Only after going online did he know what had happened. After flipping through the sales records, he immediately made the correct choice to release the transaction records. The 4 gene reagents of Professor Tao's were actually all bought from here. Everyone was stupefied. Shit. So it was actually true. 66,666,666 too. A good move by Professor Tao. All 4 of them were purchased there. Doesn't that mean Professor Tao did not produce a single one by himself? Everything was produced by someone else. Scary. A magnificent genetics professor, high-level gene producer, would actually. The whole learning forum exploded. Nobody expected the very Professor Tao that was honored with all type of praises had actually stolen all the results. He even did such an awful thing. At this time, the learning forum could no longer hold their ground. Are you kidding? It was still fine if the transaction records were not released. Now that the transaction records had been released, who could continue covering it up, requesting to release the deleted thread? We want to see the truth of what happened. Under the requests of countless people, the Learning Forum finally released the deleted thread. Is there a possibility for Lumber Bear gene to have a 3rd mutation? The moment the thread appeared, countless people went over to read it. Professor Tao's righteous answer within shocked everyone. He cursed in rage at a student and angrily rebuked that it was impossible for the 3rd mutation to exist. The next day, the thread was immediately deleted while he himself released the research results. After comparing it with the timestamp in the transaction records, the truth was revealed. Rapidly, the media started releasing this news and shocked the whole academia. Professor Tao, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Disgrace of the academia. A hypocrite with a repulsive countenance. Humans and gods were angered. A student's research results were stolen, etc. Everything Professor Tao had done the past few days was exposed. This caused everyone from the learning forum and academic circles to raise up in arms. The Professor Tao that returned in glory 2 days ago turned into someone that everyone condemned like a rat crossing the street. Shortly after, a certain Gene University declared their expulsion of Professor Tao. The Gene Production Association had also reached arbitration on Professor Tao's actions, confiscated all his rewards, and had his name stricken off for life. Professor Tao was truly finished, completely losing his standing. Why? Why would things be this way? Professor Tao's eyes dimmed as he started breaking everything in his house. He could not accept it. Why did everyone suddenly stand opposite him? And that gene shop, just silently earn your money. Why did you come out? There was also the learning forum. In the past, he only needed to report an infringement and the forum would delete the thread immediately. Now they would actually throw stones on someone who fell down a well. Indeed, none of them were good. Professor Tao cursed in rage. It had never crossed his mind that the basis for the support he enjoyed from the learning forum was due to him being a person of virtue and prestige. It was due to their acknowledgement of his status. As soon as problems started arising from that basis, all types of support became a joke. Father Tao Lijian sighed, wanting to comfort his father. There's also you. Professor Tao rebuked angrily. I thought you were supposed to settle this for me. Didn't I tell you to cover it up? I only need a few days to get the formula from my research. You are useless. Professor Tao yelled and drove everyone out. Sigh. Tao Lijian sighed and walked out the room. The helplessness on his face became ice cold the moment he left the house. Regardless of who you are, this does not end here. Footnotes 1. Act as an accomplice to the tiger, it means aiding an evil person doing evil things. 2. 66,666,666, a Chinese online slang, an expression commonly used when praising someone's gameplay, something similar to GG, Gold City. Within the rented house, Chen Feng was very calm. With everything exposed, this matter could be considered to have come to an end. The transaction record leak was the result of his communication with Wind Pavilion, and the price for it was the service charge for the 2nd mutated gene reagent, worth 50,000. The spam army at the forum was hired by Mu Yuan. Doing both of these together, they were able to force Professor Tao to show his true colors. I have earned a huge amount. I can be considered to have profited from this. Chen Feng looked at the balance in his bank account. Even after deducting the service charge worth 100,000, the sales he had made these days, and the few extremely expensive mutated genes, had earned him precisely 500,000 yuan. However, for him, this was far from enough. This little money is totally not enough. Chen Feng's head ached. 3 months' time seemed to be a long time. In truth, it was very short. Under normal circumstances, it was already an amazing feat for a gene producer to increase their production level by 2 stars in such a small amount of time. Chen Feng's current speed of increase far exceeded them, but he was stuck due to a lack of formulas. I need to think of other methods. Chen Feng blanked out as he looked at the screen in front of him. The Genetic Union's mission? Chen Feng had seen their missions before. The difficulty level of the missions there were not something a rookie like him could complete. Furthermore, the return was lower than gene production. Chen Feng started to inquire online on ways to quickly earn gene formulas. The internet had also given him a lot of methods such as robbing, prostitution, gambling, etc. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. Apparently, due to his visit to these websites, all sorts of advertisements were now popping up on his screen. As Chen Feng was preparing to close them off, he was momentarily stunned as he stared at one of the advertisement for a long time. He was not attracted by the scantily clad big sister on it. He was paying attention to the main point, which was the content of the advertisement. Within, it contained information on a gambling system similar to a slot machine. Slot machine. Chen Feng contemplated. He would definitely not go to those places advertised. However, if it was only a slot machine, the entertainment district of the virtual community seemed to have this thing. Slot machine. Lottery. With a cheat ability such as luck aura, if he were to play these, he might be able to make a huge profit with small capital. Chen Feng was enticed. Turning on the virtual equipment, Chen Feng entered the virtual community and directly walked toward the entertainment district. At the corner of the virtual theme park, there, a machine he was extremely familiar with was placed. A slot machine. Despite it being somewhat different from the slot machines of Earth, they still generally resembled each other. 3 bananas, a reward of 1 gene fusion reagent. 3 apples, a reward of 1 gene enhancement reagent. 3 pineapples, a reward of 1 gene reagent formula. A total of 10 tiers of rewards. Apart from the gene formulas, the other rewards couldn't be considered as expensive things. This was, after all, a small business. Everyone would be happy with some small gifts. Furthermore, these virtual entertainment districts banned the usage of abilities. Hence, the shop owners were not worried at all that people would cheat. Let me try. Chen Feng started operating a slot machine. Luck aura, activate. 3 pineapples, 3 pineapples, 3 pineapples. Chen Feng chanted inwardly. If the luck aura really worked as he guessed, then what was going to appear would definitely be 3 pineapples. Shortly after, the slots stopped one by one. First one, pineapple. Second one, pineapple. The people around him abruptly stopped their steps. Shit, 2 pineapples? The third pineapple won't really appear, right? I have never seen it. The nearby people started gathering around him to watch. Chen Feng was not bothered with them. Instead, he was looking at the third slot slowly moving before ultimately reaching the pineapple sign and stopping. 3 pineapples. It appeared. Whoosh. The whole entertainment district exploded. Shit. Pineapple. Really 3 of them appearing. God. Is it real? Even the lowest level formula would be worth 100,000, right? Only 100 yuan to run this slot machine once. This kid made a huge profit. Too unbelievable. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. Even the owner of the theme park was shocked. He rushed over and stared at the slot machine in shock with his eyes open wide. He evidently didn't dare to believe this was happening. He slapped the slot machine, getting no reaction from it. He slapped it again. Still no reaction. Finally, he looked at Chen Feng with a stupefied face. Big bro, this machine was broken. Gzu. A hissing sound reverberated around them. You are being shameless. Yeah, where goes the most basic of trust? Everyone started jeering. Broken? Chen Feng was suspicious as well. It's really broken. The owner did not know whether to laugh or cry. Otherwise, it is impossible for 3 pineapples to appear. Why? Chen Feng was flabbergasted. Because we did not set 3 pineapples as one of the available options at all, the owner stated without any feeling of shame. Gzu. The hissing sounds around them became even louder. In order to prove that his machine was really broken, the owner did not even care about his face anymore. He had the nerve to admit that he did not set 3 pineapples as one of the options. No, Chen Feng was somewhat astonished. If it wasn't set, the luck aura had unexpectedly displayed its usage in this aspect. And it was at this moment that Chen Feng noticed the luck values on his screen had actually decreased greatly. Only 3 pineapples. yet 5 points of luck value were exhausted. It was equivalent to him producing 2.5 mutated genes. All these were not the main point. The main point was that the luck aura, which was only able to affect the probability, was actually able to produce these kind of accidents. Coincidence? Or we really don't have pineapples. The owner did not feel any shame at all. However, we have everything else apart from pineapples. Why don't you try other machines? This machine was really out of service. Where's your face? The surroundings jeered. Alright. Chen Feng was not bothered with the crowd and walked to another slot machine. Although the exhaustion of luck values caused his heart to somewhat ache, he really wanted to figure out what had really happened. Whoosh. He started pressing the button. Right before the slots stopped, he activated the luck aura. First one, pineapple. Second one, pineapple. Everyone opened their eyes wide. Shit, another 2 pineapples? The third one wouldn't be another pineapple, right? Even the shop owner was badly frightened. Yet they could only look on as the third slot slowly floated in front of the pineapple sign and, with a catch-ah sound, stopped. Hiss. Everyone inhaled a mouthful of cold air. It really was 3 pineapples again. FCK. The owner's vision darkened, and he almost fainted on the spot. How was this possible? Indeed, Chen Feng contemplated 3 pineapples again while his luck value decreased by 5 points. What toy is this? The owner walked over and patted the machine with a sullen face. Broken again. It's broken again. Chen Feng ignored him. As he reached another slot machine, he casually started operating it. Shwa. 3 bananas appeared, and the crowd exclaimed in admiration. As Chen Feng looked at the luck value that was only exhausted by 1 point, he finally understood. Firstly, luck aura was very powerful. Even the 3 pineapples that were not set as an option could be forced out through the machine malfunctioning. This was no longer something as simple as probability. Secondly, this kind of accident had a very high exhaustion rate of luck value. Under normal circumstances, increasing the probability was totally not a problem for the luck aura. 1 point of luck value was sufficient. However, to cause an accident forcefully, the luck value would be exhausted rapidly. Furthermore, if he had not guessed wrongly, the magnitude of these accidents were in direct proportion with the exhaustion of the luck value. Apart from this, it was very easy for Chen Feng to purely affect the probabilities. For example, the third mutated gene. For example, unlimited combo of wind blade. If it's like this, if I were to participate in something like the lottery, there would be a possibility of me not being able to win the prize. Chen Feng contemplated. Firstly, you did not know which round of the lottery draw the luck value would affect. Secondly, a vast majority of these lottery draws had trickery involved. It was very probable for it to be the same as the 3 pineapples today. It would probably be even harder. The amount of luck value he needed to exhaust would be very high. Furthermore, he might even lose his capital. The water truly ran deep here. No matter what, I need to give it a try. Suddenly, the owner grabbed Chen Feng's legs. Boss, please let me off. Please let me off. The owner started tearing up. Boss, this is a small business we have here. From the moment you came in, I could see that you were a person with extraordinary talent. However, if you continue doing this, all the machines will be broken. How about this? I will immediately go and prepare the gene reagents that you won. Can your honored self please stop? The guy was behaving as if he had done some terrible deeds. Really? If you continue playing, we can only go bankrupt. The shop owner begged. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. He was only here to test out luck aura. Don't worry, I won't be reckless. Chen Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry. Only after making a bunch of promises did the owner let go of him. This time, Chen Feng did not use the luck aura and casually played a few times. Indeed, only normal signs appeared. The shop owner, on the other hand, was anxiously looking at Chen Feng with a bottle of lumber bear gene in his hands. Chen Feng felt helpless and could only choose to leave. This was a theme park where entertainment was the main selling point. A lot of people were only here to have some fun. There was no need for Chen Feng to destroy their small businesses. Furthermore, he had already obtained what he wanted most. Returning to reality in his rented house, Chen Feng finished his final calculations. The luck aura could easily affect normal probability rates, regardless of how small the probability was. However, as soon as accidents were involved, the exhaustion rate for the luck value would be extremely huge. In regards to the luck aura, these were extremely rare occurrences. For example, causing the slot machine to be broken by accident. What if it's the lottery? Chen Feng looked at the remaining 12 points of luck value he had. He opened a lottery website that was about to draw the lot and purchased a ticket after activating Luck Aura. After that, the lots were drawn. Shwa. The remaining luck value dropped to the bottom immediately. 12 points of luck value were used up. Congratulations for winning the first prize. In his screen, a dialog box popped up. After comparing the prizes with his lottery ticket, Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. First prize, 50,000 yuan. Special prize, 500,000 yuan. Chen Feng had been aiming for the special prize, yet the final result he got was first prize. This could only prove one thing. This lottery system did not set the special prize as an option at all. And if he wanted to cause an accident so he could win the special prize, 12 points of luck value were far from enough. Hence, he only won the first prize. It's a loss after all. Chen Feng spread his hands. This kind of thing was unreliable, after all. If he were to use the 12 points of luck value to produce mutated lumber bear genes, he could produce 6 of them. Even if he were to sell them at the lowest price, he could still get 120,000 yuan. After deducting the costs, he would still be making a profit of 90,000 yuan. After the calculation, he had actually made a loss this time. This prize, Chen Feng could only forcefully smile. Seemed like it wasn't possible for meat to fall from the skies. There had to be some legitimate ones among all these lotteries. However, after Chen Feng roughly swept through the list, there were around 4,000 to 5,000 of them available currently. He couldn't try them one by one, right? This was a pit that he absolutely couldn't enter. Small gambles will cost one's money, while big gambles will cost one's life. Chen Feng sighed endlessly. He continued looking for information on formulas online, but he couldn't find any useful information. I can only buy. Chen Feng was somewhat disappointed. He decided to ask Mu Yuan about it. This fellow had become a gene producer much earlier than him. He ought to know some other ways to obtain formulas. Chen Feng contacted Mu Yuan and roughly explained his requirements. Mu Yuan was silent for a long time. What's up? Chen Feng was curious. You are saying that, at present, you only know the lumber bear gene? Mu Yuan looked like he was about to collapse as he stared at Chen Feng unbelievably. That means you haven't even collected the free formula during the beginner producer's certification? Chen Feng paused. What is beginner producer's certification? Mu Yuan paused for precisely 5 seconds. As he looked at Chen Feng, who was waiting for his explanation, he could only accept this truth. This fellow that had produced a powerful mutated reagent, that had stepped on Professor Tao, actually hadn't obtained the producer's certificate. What age was he living in? This fellow actually imitated those from ancient times and cultivated deep in the mountains like a hermit. Then why did you tell me you were a beginner producer when we met previously? Mu Yuan said angrily. It was shown on the data screen. Chen Feng looked at the beginner gene production shown on his data screen, acting very composed. That was only an evaluation. Mu Yuan smiled forcefully. Alright, I will seriously explain it to you. The data on the date screen was only for you to evaluate yourself. It can only be used as a reference, like a personal record. Personal record, understand? Some people can even cheat by modifying their data screen. Naturally, they can only amuse themselves with this. It has no real use. To be a true gene producer, one needs to go to the Gene Production Association and take their examination to be certified. In order to encourage everyone to get certified, the Gene Production Association provides a lot of benefits. There will be ample rewards whenever someone gets certified successfully. For a beginner gene producer, the reward is a chance to choose a formula from their formula warehouse. After all, the Gene Production Association still wants to see the gene production scene develop faster. Mu Yuan finished in one breath. Freely choose a formula? Chen Feng's eyes flashed. Mu Yuan sighed. Boss, you concentrated on the wrong point. He knew what Chen Feng was thinking about. He advised, although you can choose freely, I don't suggest you to choose a formula with a high star rating. As you are getting certified as a beginner producer, you can only choose F-class gene formulas. Apart from being hard to produce, those F-class formulas with high star ratings have no other uses. Therefore, others would usually choose a formula that is easy to learn so that they can quickly increase their ability. I see. Chen Feng was enlightened. Since that's the case, I can choose a 5-star formula. Mu Yuan's cheeks were streaming with tears. After talking with him for half a day, Chen Feng was not listening at all. Boss, I know you are a genius. However, wouldn't it be better to choose a formula with higher difficulty when you become an intermediate level producer or an advanced level producer? Advancement would be easier if you were to choose a simpler formula at beginner level. Things like formula, they can only increase your production level when you have actually mastered them. Mu Yuan gave his earnest and well-meaning advice. MHM, yeah. I know. Chen Feng expressed his thanks. I will go get certified first. Contact me anytime if there's anything. This fellow wouldn't really plan to choose some formula with high star ratings, right? It should not be possible, right? Mu Yuan was not sure as well. Chen Feng was a genius that he looked highly upon. Fate seemed to bring them together, as they had worked together against Professor Tao previously. He did not want to watch on as Chen Feng chose a high difficulty formula and wasted his time. A lot of those F-class formulas with 4 or 5 stars of difficulty rating were something even those intermediate producers did not dare to lightly tread upon. I hope you don't act recklessly, Mu Yuan muttered to himself. At this moment, Chen Feng was already headed toward the Gene Production Association in exhilaration. He understood Mu Yuan's suggestions. However, he knew his own circumstances. He could only make it to the rookie competitions sign up by choosing a high difficulty formula. At this time, he had no choice but to try his best. Gene Production Association. It was a huge building with 100 floors, located at the center of Gold City. All the community and entertainment facilities around it were set up to serve the people in this building. Furthermore, this was only a branch at Gold City. From this, one could see how extraordinary the position of the Gene Production Association was. Hello, I am here to get certified as a beginner producer. Chen Feng reached the lounge. Alright, please wait a moment. A pretty staff member helped Chen Feng with identity authentication, signing up, and going through the basic preparations for the examination before taking Chen Feng to a room. Please complete the written examination here first. After that, you only need to continuously produce 3 F-class gene reagents. The staff member smiled sweetly. You can call us anytime if you require anything. Thanks. Chen Feng nodded. Worthy indeed of being the Gene Production Association. The customer service here was much better than he had imagined. Looking down on you due to your young age. Looking down on you due to your cheap clothing. Impossible. The more high-end a place was, the higher their requirements would be on their customer service. Chen Feng walked into the room. There was no examiner. There was only a floating light screen on the table with a couple of webcams. It seemed like everything here would be automated. Chen Feng started to answer the questions. The questions on theoretical foundation were not hard. He only needed to recognize some materials. As for the subsequent practical examinations, Chen Feng chose 3 sets of lumber gene materials and let the staff members bring them in. He easily finished producing them and passed the beginner producer's examination just like that. Smoothly, without anything unexpected happening. Congratulations, Mr. Chen Feng. The staff member smiled sweetly. You are now a beginner producer. Your personal information has been updated. You can now choose a gene formula for free. Alright. Chen Feng was getting slightly emotional. Finally, he had reached this step. Whoosh. The screen flickered. Countless gene formulas flashed through before him. Chen Feng was so emotional he couldn't control himself. Even F-class gene formulas alone had a few hundred thousands of choices here. There were too many to count. Chen Feng thought for a while before choosing 5-star difficulty level. Whoosh. There were only 12 formulas remaining. A vast majority of them had a scarlet red warning on them. Lack of materials. These formulas were too old. Part of the materials had disappeared. In this age, it was extremely hard to collect all the materials. As for the other formulas for which the materials were still available, Chen Feng looked at them and noticed that these materials were something he totally had no access to. These formulas should be something specially prepared for some specific uses. Due to their power being on the low side, their classes were reduced to F-class. However, the limitations were extremely big. Chen Feng carefully looked through and found that almost all of these 5-star formulas were not usable for him. Seemed like he could only choose among the 4-star formulas. Chen Feng shook his head and filtered the list again. Compared to the 5-star formulas, the quantity of 4-star formulas were much higher. Chen Feng was able to easily find some of them with materials that were easy to gather. This one, Chen Feng confirmed. Alright. The staff member smiled sweetly. As the staff member looked at Chen Feng's choice, her mouth opened slightly and a look of shock surfaced on her face. It was actually this formula. Thunder Snake Gene Formula. Difficulty level, 4 stars. Type, special. Usage, produced from the thunder snake's blood essence, requires a lot of different materials to bring out the mysterious power within the thunder snake gene, turning it into a type of special gene reagent. Within the light screen, the thunder snake gene reagent was reappearing non-stop in midair in the form of light images. Within the reagent, a light green-colored small snake that was formed by lightning could be seen swimming around constantly. A power that caused one's heart to palpitate was being released. This was not a gene fusion reagent. Instead, it was a special type one-off consumable item. Its might was astonishing. The production difficulty was even more astonishing. No wonder the staff member was astonished. Every day she saw a lot of people going through gene certification here. However, those that had chosen this gene formulas that was considered to be hard even among the 4-star ones were extremely uncommon. One needed to know that choosing a suitable combat formula would save one up to millions in funds. As for this formula, it was very probable that one could not even learn it. Furthermore, regardless of whether one looked at it from the perspective of increasing beginner production level or money making, these special type 4-star formulas were not a good choice. This was because, from the moment of its conception, these high difficulty formulas only existed to fulfill some specific requirements. It was not suited for normal learning at all. Thunder Snake Gene has a very high difficulty. The staff member confirmed once again. The data of the formula cannot be traded. As such, you can only learn it yourself. Are you sure you want to choose this formula? I'm sure. Chen Feng did not hesitate. All right. The staff member nodded slightly. Despite not agreeing with it, it was not her place to question a producer's rights. Whoosh! Countless light silhouettes swirled about. Countless data flickered in Chen Feng's screen. The huge amount of data regarding the Thunder Snake gene was being transferred without stop into his wristband. This was the formula data of this era, containing information from the pictures of materials to the sequence of reactions. A normal item was not able to contain this large amount of information at all. Shortly after, the data transmission ended. 4-star Thunder Snake gene formula, acquired, done. Chen Feng couldn't help getting emotional. This was a 4-star formula. Although he was somewhat regretful to have not obtained a 5-star formula, but if all his formulas were at this level, he only needed 5 formulas to reach 20-star rating. A mere rookie competition sign-up qualification wouldn't be considered as anything. Naturally, this was something he could only think about. Based on his understanding, 4-star or 5-star formulas were all extremely valuable. Even if it was an F-class formula, it was still not something an ordinary people could obtain. Oh, right. Is there a formula being rewarded for those who become intermediate level producers? Chen Feng suddenly asked. No. The staff member stated softly. Some precious materials will be rewarded to those who become an intermediate level producer. Oh, Chen Feng felt regretful. Indeed. Had he been thinking too much? E-class formulas were even more valuable. And if it was a high-star rating formula, the price would be extremely expensive. Even the Gene Production Association would not release it to normal producers. However, even if he only got a free formula this one time, it was enough. Chen Feng was getting emotional. 4-star special type gene reagent, what kind of might did it possess? He was somewhat impatient to know. As Chen Feng went out the door and was preparing to leave, a middle-aged person in the Gene Production Association's uniform walked over and extended his hand while smiling. Excuse me, may I ask if this is gene producer Chen Feng? MHM. Chen Feng answered. I have been waiting for you for a long time. The middle-aged person laughed. Hello. I am Jiang Wei, the staff responsible for the Gene Production Association's patent application. This time, I come uninvited due to the lumber bear gene's 3rd mutation. Chen Feng became solemn suddenly. Had his identity been exposed? Please don't worry. Presently, I am the only one who knows about it. Jiang Wei smiled. As for how I found your identity, it is very simple. A normal person depends on their eyes to differentiate different identities, while for us, the gene producers, we depend on spiritual energy. In the eyes of a gene producer, everyone's spiritual energy differs to some extent. Hence, we can easily distinguish a person's identity. In order to reduce the penalty, Professor Tao delivered the 3rd mutation lumber bear genes he purchased to the Gene Production Association. The 3 bottles of lumber bear gene you produced earlier had an extremely similar spiritual energy on it compared to the spiritual energy on the 3rd mutation lumber bear genes, hence. Jiang Wei explained. So that was why. Chen Feng was enlightened. The reason I came uninvited this time was also due to the matter pertaining to Professor Tao. Jiang Wei smiled as he said, the repercussions of this incident were very huge. Hence, we wish to record the lumber bear gene's 3rd mutation as soon as possible. As a reward, we will give you a bonus of 100,000 yuan. Of course, the ownership rights are still in your hands. We will only record it down. Bonus? Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration. If the only thing they did was to record it down, then all this money could be considered as given for free. The Gene Production Association was indeed rich and imposing. However, as soon as the formula was certified, his identity. Chen Feng was hesitating. If you are worried about your identity, you don't need to be. Jiang Wei seemed to know what he was thinking about. Honestly, the more popular a producer gets, the harder it gets to hide his identity. To become a true producer, there is totally no need for one to conceal their identity. At times, the advantages brought about by fame are much greater than the trouble it brings. You are saying? Chen Feng suddenly understood. For him to be reborn, why did he need to be so petty and low? Was him concealing his identity useful? It was useless. He was so low profile, yet didn't those people from Professor Tao still find him? Didn't Wang still come looking for him? In this special age, there were some abilities that couldn't be guarded against. It was pointless to constantly hide and cover up. Want to be safe. Sometimes the biggest guarantee would actually be fame. Didn't the body's original owner get killed easily? However, if he was someone with a certain level of fame, with a certain level of status, who would dare to act recklessly, they would at least take his identity into consideration before taking any actions. Covering up, hiding, completely useless. Letting the opponents not have the guts to act on him was the true way. Chen Feng made up his mind. Then, should we start discussing the name of the formula? Jiang Wei smiled. All right. Chen Feng agreed. Finally, the lumber bear gene's 3rd mutation was named by Chen Feng as lumber bear gene. Battle. This was representative of it being a special combat type gene among the labor type genes. Of course, that fraudulent probability rate of its appearance and whether others could produce it or not was not something Chen Feng cared about. At this time, within his personal information, Chen Feng's data was updated. Chen Feng, beginner gene producer, possessing lumber bear gene, battle. That piece of additional information that only he had let him distinguish himself amongst all the normal beginner producers. In the future, if he wanted to report his research results, it would be much easier. Fame. Chen Feng contemplated. This was a double-edged sword. How he used it depended on himself. As long as he operated it appropriately, the benefits obviously outweighed the risks. Jiang Wei suddenly smiled as he said, did you choose the 4-star formula for the rookie competition? Is it so obvious? Chen Feng was dumbfounded. Of course not. Jiang Wei shook his head. If it was a normal person, I would not think like this at all. However, you are a genius that created a new gene the moment you entered the profession. I trust in your potential. It might be luck. Chen Feng smiled faintly. Luck is also a part of one's ability. Jiang Wei stated righteously, nowadays, even a person's background can be considered as part of one's ability. Why not luck? Chen Feng was dumbfounded. Wasn't that correct? If you are really lacking formulas, Jiang Wei pondered for a short while. You can try looking at the Gene Production Association's missions. Those missions with comparatively higher requirements will all be sent here. Oh, Chen Feng's eyes flashed. As he bid Jiang Wei goodbye, Chen Feng started flipping the Gene Production Association's request panel at the lounge. Whoosh! Lists of requests were refreshed. A large majority of them were requests for custom-made genes. The materials were prepared requesting for a gene producer to produce some genes, how much money per production, etc. There were also requests for guaranteed success, etc. All sorts of requests could be seen. Chen Feng directly filtered the rewards to 5-star formulas. The currently available requests dropped to only 1. This is. Chen Feng's eyes flashed. This was a restriction-type request, requesting a high-level beginner producer to accompany them to explore some historical ruins and help them remove any restrictions they met on the exploration. Upon completion, a 5-star formula would be rewarded. Restriction. Chen Feng understood after checking it out online. The so-called restriction, based on his understanding, was something like a blood essence-formed lock. In some historical ruins, After the death of mutated beasts, their blood would blend into the ground. With the passage of time, it would evolve and become a special spiritual seal, forming a peculiar restriction. Any place covered by the restriction couldn't be entered. Those who tried to enter by force would receive backlash from the power of the blood essence. It was extremely dreadful. Only a gene producer, in digitized mode, could lift the restriction. So it was like this. Chen Feng contemplated. As he looked at the time, he noticed that the interview would be held today. Chen Feng prepared to go. He was aware that there was still too much lacking in his ability. It was very probable that he would not be able to handle a restriction of this level. However, as long as a slither of hope existed, he would not give up. This was a 5-star formula. If he could obtain it. Chen Feng clenched his fist. Chen Feng reached the 23rd lounge of the 7th floor as per the address given. Within, the interview had begun. A lot of beginner producers were standing below, while on the stage stood a few youngsters with imposing manners. From the auras that were faintly radiating from their bodies, these people were actually A-class genetic warriors. E-class. Chen Feng frowned. It seemed like their requirements would not be low. Quiet. The leader of the youngsters on stage gestured with his hand. The lounge quieted down immediately. I am Xf. Feeling satisfied, the youngster nodded. I hereby thank everyone for their punctuality. This time, we will be entering a historical ruin. We need a gene producer to provide assistance, so we entrusted the Gene Production Association to hold this interview session. Due to the limitations of our terms, we can only choose a beginner producer. Here, he paused slightly. The strongest one. Whoosh. The atmosphere in the lounge became nervous as all the gene producers looked at each other with hostility. This was a 5-star formula. This was different from how the Gene Production Association transferred the data of their formula. The data of a normal formula would always be sealed within a chip. Before it was opened, it could be sold. Even if they didn't want to learn it, they could also sell it for a huge amount of money. The money was enough for a lot of people to increase their production level by a few stars. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes as he watched on silently. Today, your interview is very simple. Xf took out an ancient-looking disc. A lot of blood-colored cracks could be seen on it. Scarlet-colored red light could be seen flickering like an eye out of the blood essence in the middle of the disc. This is a restriction plate. Contained within is a drop of an ancient blood essence. This is a restriction that exceeds your current level. Hence, there's no need for you all to complete it. Everyone will be given 2 minutes time. Within the time limit, the one that can gather the highest amount of valid genes will be the final winner. Xf said lightly. So, who wants to start first? Me. A person walked out and stated proudly, I, Puoshe, am someone who has been on explorations before. In regards to lifting restrictions, I am definitely much more practiced than others. As he finished, he walked to the restriction plate, closed his eyes as a glimmer of light flickered, and entered the digitized mode. Chen Feng could see with his naked eyes how patterns started to surface on the disc, covering the hundreds of imprints on the disc. One after another, lines on the disc started to glow. 10 lines, 20 lines, 30 lines. Finally, it stopped at 90 lines. Puoshi exited the digitized mode while the glow on the disc quietly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. 90 lines. Not bad. Xf sighed while that person retired proudly. Subsequently, others started going up on stage. 30 lines, 50 lines, 20 lines, 80 lines. There were all sort of results. However, none were able to surpass Puoshi. A bunch of weaklings. Puoshi was immensely pleased with himself. 90 lines is the strongest. Xf frowned as he exchanged glances with his friends. Based on the reward they had promised, how could it only attract producers of this level? Things would be somewhat difficult if someone at this level were to follow them to the ruins. It's due to the time limitation. If we can spend 2 more days, we can definitely find a better one. The only female in the group, Ziling, reminded. That's true. Xf nodded. It shall be him, then. Your name is Huoshe, right? Xf looked at him. Since you are the strongest. However, right at this moment, Chen Feng walked over. Excuse me, could I try? The lounge suddenly became silent. You are? Xf looked at him. Beginner producer, Chen Feng. Chen Feng introduced himself. Let me look at your certification details. Xf nodded. These were the basics of an interview. Chen Feng needed to show Xf part of the data contained within his digitized panel. Alright. Chen Feng sent his certification details over. Xf swept through it and was immediately stunned. 1 star? The whole lounge was silent, and immediately, The whole room roared with laughter. 1 star? Was this child here to amuse them? Although only beginner producer was written within the mission and there were no requirements on star rating, wasn't it somewhat excessive for a rookie to actually think of accepting this mission? Someone rated 1 star. How strong could he be? You are competing against me with just this. Tuoche, who was still worried earlier, rolled his eyes. Producers nowadays were really sorry. Xf smiled forcefully. This level, I'm afraid. Continue reading. Chen Feng smiled. Oh, as Xf saw how collected Chen Feng was, he continued reading. When he reached the part where possessing lumber bear gene, battle was shown, his expression became serious. Able to possess his own formula at the beginner producer level. This level. Only now did Xf looked at Chen Feng seriously. He knew that there were some extremely stubborn gene producers. As long as they didn't master one formula, they would not change to another formula. And the one before him seemed to be this type of gene producer, even if he only had 1 star. The earlier incident involving Chen Feng and Professor Tao was something that he had heard about as well. It was unexpected for the main character of that incident to actually be standing in front of him. Chen Feng. Xf pondered for a short while. Alright. You can try. Thanks. Chen Feng nodded slightly. This time, fame displayed its usefulness. The people around them had strange looks on their faces. What was actually written in this youngster's qualifications to be able to obtain respect from an E-class genetic warrior? This fellow, Tuoshi, had a bewildered look in his eyes. Had he came across some exceptional genius? Shwa. Chen Feng silently walked forward. With both hands floating above the disc, he entered the digitized mode. Bang! A radiant light exploded before his eyes. Countless genes emerged around him, moving like swirling lights. In the background that was dark and void-like, the ancient disk became immensely large. The patterns on the disk became exceptionally distinct. Chen Feng could easily sense that every single pattern, every single imprint, required a specific gene for it to be activated. Only when all the genes were activated could this restriction be lifted. This was a restriction? Chen Feng contemplated. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Chen Feng attentively researched this so-called restriction. At this moment, as the producers around him saw that there was no activity from Chen Feng after a long time, they started laughing. Indeed, a 1 star is still a 1 star after all. The beginner producers nowadays are getting conceited. Everyone sneered. It was not scary for someone to not have ability. However, coming here to compete against others when you did not have the ability, you were in the wrong. I really did think too much. Tuoshi did not hide his contempt at all. He had thought that this guy had some trump card. After wasting so much time, this was actually a rookie. Even this type of trash wants to compete against me? Tuoshi laughed. Xf looked on in silence. 20 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute. There were no reactions from the markings on the disc. This meant that within 1 whole minute, Chen Feng did not activate a single one. Not even one gene was found. This level, pure rookie. Xf sighed with regret. It seemed like he had made a mistake. It seemed like this person called Chen Feng was only able to produce a new mutated lumber bear gene by fluke. He gave up. The remaining team members were also waiting to mock him. However, nobody expected that, right at that moment, the patterns on the disc would start glowing with an unprecedented speed. 10 lines, 20 lines, 30 lines, dot. Within 8 seconds, the amount of glowing patterns reached 80 lines. How is this possible? Tuoshi stated alarmingly. 80 lines activated in 8 seconds? How was it possible for a beginner producer to accomplish this? What kind of luck and speed were required to be so fast? Luck. Must be luck. Tuoshi comforted himself. However, the next moment, his heart grew cold. On the disc, the radiant glow continued. 90 lines, 100 lines. Chen Feng had undoubtedly surpassed him. How is this possible? Tuoshi was stupefied. He only knew one gene formula. He was a pure rookie with only a 1-star gene production level. How could he be so powerful? Not only him, everyone else was also shocked as the red light continued to shine. 200 lines, 300 lines. On the ancient disc, all the patterns were being lightened up in an unimaginable speed. Finally, as the time reached 1 minute and 55 seconds, the whole disc was completely activated. red light radiated. A bright radiance blossomed from the disc. Catch-ah! The sealed disc was suddenly opened. It was actually opened. Everyone was shocked. The restrictions on this disc were actually opened by Chen Feng. Shit! She was stupefied. His mouth was opened so wide a chicken egg could be shoved into it. FCK, what freak was this? Only 1-star rating yet possessing such terrifying ability. Did he still want others to live? Good. I am indeed right. Xif was in ecstasy. Even he did not expect that, among the beginner producers, there would exist one capable of lifting this restriction. As for that 1-star rating of Chen Feng's, who cared? They did not need Chen Feng to battle anyway. At this moment, Chen Feng returned from the digitized mode. So that was a restriction. That drop of blood essence contained several tens of thousands of genes, or even more, while some sort of power was contained within the patterns around it. After sealing the blood essence within and having some of the genes within set as the activation switch, you only needed to find the corresponding genes to lift the restriction. To be clearer, this was an upgraded version of the gene search process. Naturally, despite it being only an upgraded version of gene search, it was still something Chen Feng couldn't complete. The required quantity of 300 genes was several tens of times higher than the lumber bear gene. For the current Chen Feng, it was somewhat beyond his level. Hence, he did not get started even after a long time. However, a 5-star formula was something that was extremely hard to obtain, so Chen Feng had to be successful. Therefore, he ultimately chose to activate the luck aura. These fellows wished to scorn him. Chen Feng smiled silently as he looked at the luck value that had only decreased by 1 point. At the same time, he also vaguely understood the greatness of fame. Without his lumber bear gene, battle accomplishment, it was very probable that Xif would not have given him this chance. Regardless of how powerful you are, so what? You can't even get past this door-called interview. Worthy of Mr. Chen indeed. Xif gasped in admiration and subsequently invited all the other stupefied producers over. Those people would probably remain in shock even after leaving. The rookies nowadays were already so impressive. 1-star, only mastered a rubbish formula, yet still capable of lifting this kind of restriction. They felt like they had wasted their whole lives. Tuo, on the other hand, was bewildered. The mission that was originally supposed to be his was lost just like that. Why? Tuo wanted to return and challenge that Chen Feng, yet he found that he couldn't even enter the room anymore. Sorry. The interview is over. The security of the lounge stopped him. What joke was this? Challenge? Even laymen like them were able to see the gap between Chen Feng and Tuo. Very good. Tuo clenched his teeth. Chen Feng, right? I will find out who you are. The day will come where I challenge you and take back the honor belonging to me. Tuo turned around and left. At the same time, in the lounge, Mr. Chen, Xif smiled. Now we can talk properly. All right. Chen Feng nodded. He knew that a mission with a 5-star formula as the reward would not be an easy one. The place that we are going to explore this time is the Dragon's Passing Mountain, Xif stated in a low voice. After finishing, he even took a glimpse at Chen Feng as Chen Feng nodded his head calmly. I am now a PK class warrior. I am preparing the D-class gene fusion reagent. However, some of the materials can't be bought even with money. Hence, I can only gather them myself. Some of the materials I require can be found at Dragon's Passing Mountain. We only need to go there, get the blood essence, and return. Xif glimpsed at Chen Feng once again after he finished talking. Chen Feng nodded his head calmly. This is the rough course of action. After finishing, Xif started to feel deep veneration for Chen Feng, worthy of being a genius youngster that was capable of producing the lumber bear gene's third mutation. Even after hearing the name Dragon's Passing Mountain, there was no change in his expression. This courage was something a normal person did not possess. Chen Feng opened his mouth. Then, I only have one question. Please say it. Xif nodded. Chen Feng asked, what is Dragon's Passing Mountain? Xif. Everyone else. So this fellow actually did not know what Dragon's Passing Mountain was. Xif smiled forcefully before he explained in detail about the location of this mission to Chen Feng. Dragon's Passing Mountain. The name might sound mysterious. However, it was, in fact, a ruin near Gold City. The reason for it being called Dragon's Passing Mountain was due to the legends saying that a mutated sea dragon beast had died there. Hence, this painted the place in a few more layers of mysteriousness. Due to its particular geographic location, Some valuable materials would occasionally grow there. Coupled with the high amount of mutated beasts existing there, it became a paradise for explorers. "There's really a dragon there?" Chen Feng was amazed. Cough cough. Xif stated in a low voice. It was actually all mutated large lizards. After mutation, they possessed powerful strength, so they become legends. However, presently, any mutated beasts that could be called a dragon would be extremely dreadful, even if they were not real dragons. Chen Feng contemplated. "Actually, you don't have to be too worried." Xif was confident. "We are all E-class genetic warriors. As long as we do not challenge the D-class mutated beasts at the 5th layer, there's no danger at all." Chen Feng thought about it and asked, "When are we going?" "In 3 days." Xif stated. "All right." Chen Feng agreed. However, the request needs to go through Gene Production Association. Naturally, Xif nodded. Shortly after, a request went through the Gene Production Association and was released on Chen Feng's screen. Chen Feng accepted the request and this mission was officially established. Time of mission: 3 days later. Site of mission: Dragons Passing Mountain. Mission introduction: removing all restrictions met during the course of the mission, etc. Mission reward: 5-star formula. After the mission was successfully established, everyone left to make their preparations. After all, they were going to a place with a certain degree of danger. Hence, they needed to prepare some methods to defend themselves. Chen Feng needed to do this as well. As a producer, he was, theoretically, the safest person. However, what if a conflict arose in the team? Although the probability of this happening was low, Chen Feng would still take it into consideration. Placing his own safety in the hands of others? He couldn't do it. In normal circumstances, those that wanted to become a gene producer would have all their genetic abilities be things that could assist them during gene production. For example, Wang's ability. For example, all sorts of abilities that could increase spiritual energy, increase production success rate, etc. Hence, normal gene producers would have extremely weak fighting strength. Their strength could be totally ignored by a genetic warrior of the same rank. This was precisely Chen Feng's superiority. In their eyes, my fighting strength can almost be neglected. However, my genetic ability is actually Windblade. It possesses a certain level of fighting strength, and coupled with luck aura, it can crush all F-class warriors. However, this is still not enough. Wanting to defend myself, I need something stronger. Chen Feng analyzed. Of course, the most important thing for him to do these 3 days was to save up his luck value. Returning home, the first thing Chen Feng did was to learn the Thunder Snake gene formula. There were a lot of ways to increase one's strength. The Thunder Snake gene reagent was undoubtedly one way to increase one's strength. The consumable item produced by this kind of high difficulty formula definitely had a strong power. Chen Feng turned his screen on. Countless amounts of information appeared, and Chen Feng started his studies seriously. Only after spending 1.5 days did he digest this huge volume of information. 4-star formula. The difficulty was indeed high. At the first step during gene search, one needed to find 200 genes. This was already near the level of the restriction in that ancient disk earlier. As for the second step, fusing all 200 genes with each other. Chen Feng was sure that if he were to produce it himself, it would definitely fail. Half a day spent. Only at night did Chen Feng manage to collect all the materials required for the Thunder Snake gene. 100,000 yuan per set of materials. He spent a total 300,000 of his funds on this. Let's start. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. This time, he did not dare to act recklessly. He had his luck aura activated all the way. First step, gene search, 1 point of luck value used. Although the steps were somewhat complicated and the spiritual energy spent was somewhat high, compared to the restriction removal earlier, it was somewhat easier. Hence, Chen Feng was able to easily complete it. Second step, gene reaction. 1 point of luck value used to let all 200 genes react. The highest difficulty was that a lot of those genes needed to react successfully once before reacting once again. In this process, the earlier reacted genes needed to be controlled properly before letting other genes react and, finally, reacting all the genes. In this step, the exhaustion rate for spiritual energy was extremely high. It far exceeded Chen Feng's imagination. causing him to almost fail and have his earlier efforts wasted. Third step, gene fusion. 1 point of luck value used. This step was instead the easiest among all 3 steps. Producing the Thunder Snake gene's incubator liquid using all the valuable materials he had collected, before placing the completed gene into the liquid for it to start growing and duplicating. At this point, everything was a foregone conclusion. Shwa, a light green radiance flashed. Production success. In accordance to the instructions in the formula, Chen Feng carefully moved the gene into the reagent before sealing it up. At this, the Thunder Snake gene reagent was completed. Chen Feng activated the scanner. Gene name, Thunder Snake gene reagent. Gene type, special. Function, using spiritual energy to cause it to explode and bring about a huge amount of destruction. Spiritual energy usage, 10 points. Gene introduction, produced from Thunder Snake's blood essence, requires a lot of different materials to bring out the mysterious power within the Thunder Snake gene, turning it into a type of special gene reagent. No mutation? Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. Seemed like not all genes could be mutated. He checked online. At least, among all the discussions on Thunder Snake gene reagents, mutated Thunder Snake gene reagents were never mentioned. The reason 3 points of luck value were used was not due to mutation or high attributes. Instead, it was purely due to the high production difficulty. As for its power, Chen Feng did not dare to try it out. What joke was this? The materials alone were worth 100,000. If he were to explode himself to death, it would be a joke. After watching the demonstration of a Thunder Snake gene reagent's usage online, he kept his Thunder Snake gene reagent carefully. According to the Gene Production Association's assessment, a Thunder Snake gene reagent possessed at least the power of 1 full-strength attack from an E-class warrior. It was extremely powerful and dangerous. This was his first layer of preparations. Late at night, Chen Feng finished all 3 sets of materials before he went to rest. With this, he could be considered to have a basic way of protecting himself. In fact, using these kinds of consumable items was how a large majority of gene producers protected themselves. However, this was far from enough. Early the next day, Chen Feng registered for a course he never touched before. Genetic ability training. The price was 10,000 yuan. Genetic ability was an ability one obtained after fusing a gene with their body. To improve one's genetic ability, one needed to constantly train it. This aspect was something Chen Feng had never touched upon before. There were a lot of teachers available for genetic ability training. Chen Feng chose a teacher that was free and immediately began the one-on-one training course. What is your ability? The teacher asked. Wind Blade. Chen Feng announced. Teacher. Quite a rare ability. The teacher paused. However, there is still some information available for this ability. Please wait. After a long time, the teacher returned and explained to Chen Feng, there are 3 aspects of the Wind Blade one can improve through hard work. First aspect, Wind Blade's power. After gene fusion, the ability is already in your body. However, you need to constantly use it for it to become stronger, for you to truly unleash its true power. As long as you constantly use it, the Wind Blade's power will become stronger, all the way until it reaches its upper limit. Chen Feng nodded slightly. This was the same as the Lumber Bear gene. Initially, it increased strength by 10 points. At the maximum, it would increase strength by 100 points. Second aspect, Wind Blade's activation speed. This is a skill you need to practice by yourself. By understanding and getting familiarized with Wind Blade, you will be able to greatly reduce its activation time. For example, you need 0.3 seconds to condense a wind blade initially. However, after being familiar with it, you might be able to release a wind blade within 0.1 seconds. Third aspect, Wind Blade's control. This is the most important aspect. Through spiritual energies control and practice, you might be able to increase the wind blade's movement speed, or you can even cause the wind blade to curve while moving through the air. For example, the teacher opened a virtual video for Chen Feng. Within the video, an expert appeared. He lightly waved and a wind blade was immediately unleashed from his hand. There was only one wind blade. However, in the air, this very wind blade was actually moving in a curved line. This was impressive enough. However, after making a turn in the air, this wind blade actually returned. Returning blade. Chen Feng was shocked. So many variations could come out of a simple wind blade. Too powerful. Chen Feng subconsciously looked at this senior's appearance so he could admire him, and then, he saw a tile of mosaic. Chen Feng's face darkened. This was not porn, so why the heck did they need to censor it? Oh, even the teacher felt somewhat awkward. This was what this senior requested when this video was recorded back then. Due to him trying to save cost, he actually learned a cheap ability like Wind Blade. Hence, he felt like he had lost his face. After all, among similar types of genetic abilities, Wind Blade's quality to price ratio and power are at the lower end. Chen Feng nodded slightly. He was aware of this point. How about the probability? Chen Feng had suddenly thought of something. The strongest point of this Wind Blade was having the probability to trigger the continuous appearance of Wind Blades. The teacher actually had not mentioned this at all. Probability. The teacher pondered for a short while. If you want to improve in this aspect, it can only be done through metaphysics. Chen Feng was astonished. Metaphysics? The teacher nodded. Washing your hands diligently, washing your face diligently, when necessary you can pray in your heart. Chen Feng. Metaphysics indeed. In the remaining time, the teacher explained in detail to Chen Feng on ways to train, to advance his genetic ability faster, to control using his spiritual energy, etc. Chen Feng benefited greatly. After the course ended, Chen Feng rented a training room and started training. Controlling the Wind Blade was not considered hard. It mainly depended on one's skill in spiritual energy usage. After training for half day, Chen Feng's Wind Blade was already able to arc slightly. The speed of Wind Blade had also slightly increased. No wonder everyone says that a gene producer's fighting strength is weak. Chen Feng shook his head. This was not only due to gene choice. It was also due how one harnessed a genetic ability. Even for the same gene, the difference between an initial gene and a peak gene was as different as sky and earth. All gene producers were wishing they had 25 hours per day to use. Who would have extra time to practice combat skills? A Wind Blade shot out, moving in a slight arc through the air. Pity. The difficulty level of returning blade was too high. Chen Feng's current spiritual energy control skill was far from enough. Take my time. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. For his Wind Blade to curve through the air, it was already a huge advancement. Then, next, he would need to practice on Wind Blade's power. This was unrelated to one's skills. One only needed to increase the power through continuous practice. Only through a large amount of usage would he be able to unleash the gene his body had fused with. Chen Feng shot out a Wind Blade, but he did not feel any changes. Is it because I'm in the virtual community? Chen Feng pondered before he shook his head. The training district of the virtual community would be connected to his spiritual energy before proceeding with adjustment and balancing. In short, it would not be too different than practicing in reality. Then it must be due to the number of uses being too low. Chen Feng suddenly thought of something. He had been practicing spiritual control the whole day. However, the number Wind Blades that he had actually released was not more than 10. This was something that was out of his control. He did not have enough spiritual energy to release more Wind Blades. The more Wind Blades one releases, the more probable it is for the genetic ability to be aroused. Chen Feng contemplated. If it is like this, Chen Feng suddenly activated his luck aura and started releasing Wind Blades. A string of Wind Blades were unleashed from his hands. It was lucky that Wind Blades activation was through the guided method 1, hence, spiritual energy would only be used once. The rest of the Wind Blades would absorb the energy from the surroundings to form. Otherwise, Chen Feng's spiritual energy was totally not enough. Subconsciously, Chen Feng started controlling these Wind Blades, making them arc in the air so that none of the released Wind Blades were wasted. 10 Wind Blades in 1 second. In the training room, 10 Wind Blades were flying about in a disorderly fashion under Chen Feng's control, akin to a group of demons dancing disorderly. This won't do. Chen Feng shook his head. He originally thought that unleashing 10 Wind Blades at once would be equivalent to practicing 10 times. Apparently, he had thought too much. If he only used his spiritual energy once, the gene within his blood would only be roused 1 time as well. However, the advantage of training this way was that the speed of his spiritual energy control training would increase a lot. Chen Feng spent the whole day practicing Wind Blade. Within the whole training room, Chen Feng's Wind Blades could be seen flying everywhere. Controlling 10 Wind Blades each time caused Chen Feng's speed of improvement to be 10 times faster than others. Whoosh, whoosh. Wind Blades rotated around without stop. By the time it reached late night, Chen Feng was already able to control his Wind Blades to move in the shape of a perfect circle. At the very least, it was no longer the same as the previous times. where the wind blade would fly away without him noticing. Chen Feng's fighting strength had increased greatly. Was this enough? Of course not. Finally, Chen Feng used a huge amount of money and bought 10 small bottles of spirit-increasing reagent. Arouse one's potential, for 10 seconds, increase spiritual energy by 20 points. This item was actually not quite useful. However, coupled with Chen Feng's wind blade and luck aura, it could totally unleash a large power. Only now was Chen Feng done with his preparations. This was his first exploration. Even if he was going with the identity of a producer, he still needed to be thoroughly prepared. Footnotes 1. Spiritual energy will be consumed once to guide the activation of wind blade. Once the probability is triggered, the wind blade will absorb the energy from its surroundings to form the additional wind blades.